Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. After the main character dies in his previous life, he soon wakes up inside of the world of Avatar: The Last Airbender. He finds out he is Pikachu, and later he joins Team Avatar. What is he gonna do as a member of Team Avatar?
Avatar, reborn as Pikachu, I became Team Avatar companion. Chapter 1, A New Beginning on Snow. I woke with a small jerk, the cold biting through my fur. For a moment I lay still, staring at a sky that looked too pale and too wide. The snow under me was firm and left a chill running up my side. I pushed myself upright slowly, my paws stiff, my breath showing plainly in the air. My ears twitched at the sound of distant wind rolling across ice. It took me a few seconds to settle my body. I tested my arms, my legs, and the familiar tingle of electricity that always sat beneath my skin. I let a small spark roll off my cheek. It was steady, controlled, something that reassured me that I at least understood this body. I turned my head, scanning the white plain around me. Snow stretched far in every direction. The shapes of icebergs sat at the edge of the sea. I recognized all of it immediately. I had seen it before. The water was quiet. The wind was soft. It all matched what I already knew. This was the Southern Water Tribe. I narrowed my eyes. If this was the tribe, then I had arrived early in the story. I could already place the timeline. Ong should have just awakened from the iceberg. Katara and Sokka should be with him. They should be preparing to leave, maybe moments or minutes after I woke up here. My heart beat a little faster at the thought. I checked the horizon again, alert. Snow crunched somewhere to my left. I turned sharply. A shape approached. Then two. Then three. Ong walked ahead, staff in hand. His movements were light. His eyes wide with curiosity. Katara trailed close behind, her expression cautious but kind. Sokka followed last, holding his boomerang tightly and giving me a suspicious stare the entire time. I stayed still. My tail lowered but ready. I kept my breathing quiet. When they came close, Ong stopped first. "Oh! Whoa," he said, leaning forward with excitement. "Katara, Sokka, look at it." Katara stepped beside him, hands together. I've never seen an animal like this here." Sokka shifted his weight, pointing his boomerang toward me. "Katara, stay back. I don't trust it." His voice carried a worried edge, but the way he steadied his shoulders showed he was trying to look more confident than he felt. Ong crouched down and smiled warmly. "Hey there! Are you lost?" he asked. His tone matched everything I remembered about him: soft, welcoming, hopeful. I felt some tension leave my chest. He was dependable in that way. I approached slowly, my paws sinking into the snow with quiet crunches. My ears twitched as I watched the three of them. Katara's breath hitched softly when I got closer. Sokka raised his boomerang a little higher. Ong, on the other hand, stayed on one knee. "It's okay," he said gently, glancing at his friends. "It doesn't look dangerous." Sokka pointed directly at the sparks still faintly flicking off my cheeks. "Ong, it literally sparks." "Animals don't spark." Katara frowned slightly. "Some do," she said carefully. "Well, not like that, but maybe it's bending related." Ong tilted his head. "Maybe it's from a spirit place," he said, though he kept his voice casual, not dramatic. His guess was reasonable for him. He always saw things that way. I walked up to him and rose onto my back legs for a moment. I stretched a paw out toward his hand. Ong lit up at that, smiling in a relaxed way. "See," he said. "Friendly." Sokka sighed loudly. "This is how disasters start." Katara nudged him. "Sokka, I placed a paw softly on Ong's arm. His hand touched the fur on my head. I didn't pull back. There was nothing dangerous in him. His touch was careful and searching. "What should we call you?" he asked. Hearing that question stirred something inside me. I already had a name, but I knew what would happen if I said something strange. I didn't want them suspicious in a way that mattered. I let out a clear, firm sound. Pika. Ong repeated it with a small smile. Pika. I nodded once, letting some sparks flick lightly to show agreement. Katara gave a small, amused laugh. "That's cute." Sokka spun his boomerang once in a shaky circle. Cute animals can still bite. Cute animals can still explode. Cute animals can still ruin a very normal day. Ong ignored him and stood again, brushing snow from his knees. "We're just leaving the village," he said to me. "We're going to see the world. If you want, you can come with us." I felt a small pull in my chest. That was exactly what I wanted. I knew the journey ahead. I knew every place they would go, every enemy they would meet, every danger waiting behind corners. Being with them gave me advantages. Information, positioning, and safety, at least until the bigger threats came. I nodded firmly. Ong laughed with relief. "Great. Welcome to the group." Katara knelt beside me next. Her hands were gentle but a little hesitant. She placed one palm on my back. When she felt the electricity, she blinked in surprise. "Oh wow," she said quietly. "It's warm." Sokka stood with his arms crossed. "If that thing shocks anyone," I called it. Ong gestured behind him toward Appa, who rested farther back near the path of snow. "Come on, Pika. We'll fly part of the way." I walked beside them. The snow pressed against my paws. Each step made a soft, steady sound. My thoughts drifted through everything I remembered about the coming journey. I kept my expression calm. I didn't need to show them anything more. When we reached Appa, Ong stopped and turned to me again. "This is Appa," he said proudly. "He's a sky bison." Appa lifted his head a little and gave a deep, warm grunt. His eyes settled on me. I felt a small warmth at the back of my chest, the kind that came from recognition of a gentle creature. Katara rubbed Appa's fur. "He's really sweet," she told me. "Don't worry if he looks big. He's really safe." Sokka muttered, "Unless you fall off." "Then he's not." Katara shot him a glare. Ong climbed up onto the saddle and waited. "You ready to ride, Pika?" I tensed my legs, then jumped. My body landed smoothly on the saddle. Sitting between the edge of the seat and Ong's staff, I kept myself balanced. Ong laughed softly. "That was pretty good." Sokka climbed on next, moving awkwardly. Katara came last, helping shift a few bags. Ong pulled the reins. "Yip yip." Appa grumbled and lifted off the snow. The wind pushed against my fur as we rose. The village shrank slowly. My paws gripped the edge of the saddle. Ong steadied me with one hand. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded. Katara settled beside me, her coat pressed lightly against my side. "If the wind feels too strong, just let me know," she said kindly. Sokka shouted over the air, "If it jumps off, I'm not catching it." I glanced at him. His eyebrows rose like he expected a response. I shook my head once, unimpressed. Katara smirked at Sokka's offended expression. Ong leaned forward. "Where should we go first?" "There's a whole world to see." Katara answered, "We should head to the North Pole. You need to learn waterbending." Ong's shoulders lowered slightly. "I know. I just thought maybe we could have one fun detour." Sokka groaned. "Not again." I listened silently, taking in the unsteady rhythm of their conversation. This was exactly how they behaved at this stage of their journey, playful, uncertain, still learning how to travel together. I stayed still, watching them, reacting when needed. Katara turned to me with a small smile. "You're very calm." I tilted my head. "Most animals get nervous on their first flight," she added gently. I let out a short, steady pika, keeping my voice even. My tail swayed once as the wind streamed by. Ong laughed again. "It's already braver than Sokka." "Hey!" Sokka snapped. "I'm the bravest person here. I have to deal with you two all the time." Katara sighed. "You complain every time Appa flies." "I don't complain," he said loudly. "I just point out that falling would be very bad." Ong shook his head and looked out at the sky with a brightness that never faded. "This is going to be a great trip." I sat beside him, watching the endless white of the south stretch behind us. My mind felt clear and focused. I already knew every mountain we would cross, every village we would visit, every fight that would come. I knew when danger would arrive, who would cause it, and what decisions would matter. But I stayed quiet. My role would unfold one step at a time. For now, I just listened to the sound of Ong humming softly, Katara fussing with her gloves, and Sokka arguing with himself over the wind. The air was cold. The saddle rocked in steady motions. And I stayed with them, firm in my choice. Chapter 2, Night Beside the Fire. Appa glided for a long stretch before Ong finally guided him down toward a flat area of snowless ground just off a bank of low rocks. The sun had dipped enough that the air carried a sharper chill. The moment Appa's paws touched the earth, I felt the steady vibration travel through the saddle and up into my legs. Ong hopped down first, landing lightly, his breath puffing in front of him. "We should set up camp here. It's open enough and the rocks will block the wind a little." Katara nodded as she slid off. "This spot is fine. We can build a small fire." Sokka stretched his arms over his head with a groan. "Finally. I hate flying for that long. I swear the saddle feels harder every time." I jumped off the saddle carefully and landed in a small crouch. The ground here was solid earth, a break from the snow. The shift in texture came through my paws, giving me a steadier sense of the terrain. A tiny spark slipped off my cheek from the landing, barely visible, but enough that Katara's eyes flicked toward me in quick curiosity. Ong noticed too. He tilted his head, staring with the same wide interest he always had when encountering something new. "You do that a lot," he said gently as he knelt in front of me. "The little sparks. You okay?" I nodded once. My tail twitched. Katara approached, rubbing her hands together for warmth. "It doesn't seem hurt," she said softly. "It might just be normal for it." Sokka pointed a finger at me suspiciously. "I'm telling you, we're sitting next to a walking lightning stick." Katara rolled her eyes. "Sokka." "It is," he insisted. "I saw it spark at least 10 times today." Ong smiled and rubbed the top of my head in a careful pattern. "It seems friendly. The sparks don't feel dangerous." "They look dangerous," Sokka grumbled. Katara sighed. "Let's get a fire going first. Then we can talk about sparks." Ong nodded. "I'll get the wood." Sokka waved his hands. Hey, no. "I'll get the wood. Every time you try to help gather wood, you try to bend something, and the wood ends up flying into the river or breaking or something else." Ong grinned. "That happened one time." 3. Sokka corrected in a flat tone. While they argued, I walked slowly around the spot chosen for camp. The area was simple, compact earth, a few patches of short grass, a ring of rocks they would likely use for the fire. My paws felt steady here. I liked the firmness of the ground compared to the snow. Katara met my eyes when I returned to her side. You can stay close to the fire with us, she said kindly. It's cold out here. A faint warmth spread in my chest. I nodded. Sokka returned with a bundle of sticks under one arm, his expression proud. See? Perfectly gathered wood. And it didn't even fall on my head this time. Aang laughed lightly. That's an improvement. Katara set the wood down and began arranging it inside the ring of rocks. Aang, can you use a small flame? She asked while crouching over the pile. Aang perked up. Sure. Sokka tensed. A small flame, Aang. A tiny one. Very tiny. Aang gave him a playful squint. I know what small means. Sokka crossed his arms without replying. Aang breathed carefully, moved his hands with controlled motions, and a soft flame formed. He lowered it into the woodpile. The fire caught slowly, building into a steady glow. Warm light spread across the campsite. I moved slightly closer to it. The warmth pressed pleasantly against my fur. Katara sat down first. She stretched her hands out toward the fire, her shoulders relaxing. That feels better. Aang sat beside her. Sokka placed himself on the opposite side, leaning back against a rock. I settled between Aang and Katara, close enough for the heat but not too close to make them nervous. For several seconds, the group fell quiet, simply enjoying the fire. Then another spark popped off my cheek. It was brighter this time, likely because the dry air made it easier for electricity to slip out. The spark drifted only a few inches, but Katara noticed immediately. There it is again, she said softly. It's not random. It keeps happening. Aang rubbed his chin. It doesn't feel dangerous when I touch it. Sokka leaned forward sharply. Touching lightning is dangerous. It's not lightning, Aang said calmly. Looks like lightning. A lot of things look like other things, Aang replied. Sokka stared at him. Aang, that doesn't make me feel better. Katara looked down at me with curious eyes. Do you do that on purpose? Or is it something you can't help? I felt her interest clearly. Aang's too. Both of them watched in a steady, focused way. I decided to make it simple. I closed my eyes briefly and let out a small burst from my cheek, just enough to make a tiny crackle. Katara flinched, though only a little. Oh. So you can control it. Aang lit up with excitement. That's amazing. It's like you have your own type of bending. Sokka groaned loudly. Great. A bending mouse. Katara looked at him flatly. It's not a mouse, Sokka. It's mouse-sized. Aang scooted closer to me. Pika, can I touch your cheek again? Just to see. I nodded once. He lifted his hand, hesitating for a moment, then placed his fingers against the soft fur under my eye. I kept my electricity steady, letting only the faintest static sit on the surface. Aang blinked. It feels like when you touch a warm blanket after rubbing it. Sokka threw both hands in the air. That is exactly how shocks start. Katara gave him a look. Sokka. What? He snapped. You're all acting like this is normal. Aang looked at the fire. Well. I think it's pretty normal for Pika. Katara nodded. It doesn't seem like it wants to hurt anyone. It keeps staying close to us. Sokka pointed directly at me again. I want to make something very clear. If that thing suddenly decides to explode, I'm stepping behind Aang. Aang blinked. Why me? You bend air. You can blow stuff away from you. That gives you a better chance. Aang laughed quietly. I don't think Pika is going to explode. I sat straighter, my ears lifting. I didn't like the idea of them thinking I might burst into anything. So I walked toward Sokka slowly. He froze. Whoa, hey, he said, scooting back. Don't walk toward me like that. Why is it walking toward me? I kept moving until I sat in front of him. Sokka stared at me with wide eyes. Katara covered her mouth to hide a small smile. Ong waited silently. I reached out with my paw and tapped Sokka's knee. A very small spark flicked off. Sokka flinched but didn't yelp. Ow! Okay, that wasn't bad. He took a breath. Fine. It's small. It felt like touching a sweater. Katara laughed softly. See? Not dangerous. Ong grinned. Thanks, Pika. He needed that. Sokka glared. I didn't need anything. I'm just making sure we don't all get shocked to death while we sleep. I stepped back and sat beside Katara again. She reached out and stroked the fur on my back. I let my body relax slightly. Her touch was gentle, and the warmth of the fire mixed with it. She spoke softly. It's warm. Your fur feels warm near the sparks. Ong leaned forward. I wonder if you can control how strong it gets. Sokka shook his head rapidly. No. No experiments. Katara looked at him. We're not doing anything dangerous. You say that now, Sokka muttered. Ong held his hands out toward me. Pika, can you show just a tiny bit more? Just a little. I considered it. Ong's curiosity wasn't harmful. Katara's calm expression helped. Sokka's nervous stare was amusing. I took a small breath and let a controlled current run along my cheeks. Thin arcs formed briefly, lighting the area in faint flashes. Ong's eyes widened. Wow! Katara leaned closer with clear fascination. It looks very controlled. Sokka held his boomerang. Okay, that's enough. I let the sparks fade. A small warmth sank through my chest. I had shown them enough without causing concern. Ong smiled. Thanks, Pika. The fire crackled gently. Appa slept a short distance away, his breathing deep and steady. The night air cooled more, but the fire kept the group together in a warm circle. Sokka pulled his coat tighter and took a long breath. So, what do we do about the sparks while we sleep? I don't want to wake up with my hair standing straight up. Katara looked around the camp. Pika can sleep near the fire, maybe on the opposite side from you. That should help. Ong nodded. Good idea. He turned to me. You can stay wherever you're comfortable. I scanned the area and chose a spot near Ong's side of the fire. I circled once, then lay down with my tail curled close to keep it from brushing anything. Ong smiled at the sight. Looks comfortable. Sokka gave a long sigh. Fine. As long as it stays over there. Katara sat down again and warmed her hands. We should rest. We have a long day tomorrow. Ong leaned back against his pack. Yet. We need to keep moving north. I felt a brief heaviness in my chest. I knew everything waiting for them, every stop, every danger, every turning point. But I felt no worry. I felt steady. I knew how to help, how to stay ahead of the events I remembered. I closed my eyes and let the warmth of the fire settle around me. Their quiet voices drifted. Ong's soft humming. Katara's steady breathing. Sokka muttering to himself about sparks and hair. I stayed still, calm, listening to everything around me. Chapter 3, Dawn on Uneasy Ground. I slept lightly through the night. The warmth of the fire slowly dropped, leaving only a faint glow in the ashes. I opened my eyes several times to check the area, listening to the wind shift across the ground. Ong mumbled now and then in his sleep. Katara breathed in a steady rhythm. Sokka snored loudly, shifting every so often as if fighting against some dream. I rested my head again, but the cold air around dawn woke me fully. The faintest change in the wind made my ears twitch. I lifted my head and scanned the dim horizon. The sky held a pale grey that meant morning was close. My tail flicked once as I pushed myself up. I kept still as I listened again. The sound came again, soft, steady crunching of snow not far from camp. Not the quiet pattern of Appa. Not Katara or Ong moving in their sleep. Not Sokka shifting under his blanket. It was heavier and repeated with a careful rhythm. I narrowed my eyes and stood fully. A tiny spark slipped off my cheek. Ong stirred behind me. "Pika," he mumbled tiredly, rubbing his eyes. He sat up slowly, still half asleep. "What's wrong?" I turned my head toward the sound and let another small spark flash. Ong blinked, his expression clearing as he looked in the same direction. "What is it?" he asked quietly. Before I could respond, another crunch echoed across the ground. Ong stiffened, his face tightening with alertness. He reached for his staff, lifting it slowly so he wouldn't wake the others too suddenly. Katara woke next. She pushed her blanket aside and sat up with a sleepy, confused look. "Ong? What are you doing?" he whispered. "Something's out there." Katara's eyes sharpened. She looked around carefully, noticing me standing fully alert. She scooted closer to Ong. "Where?" A low growl broke through the morning air. Sokka shot up so fast he hit his head on a rock. "Ow, what was that?" he demanded in a panicked whisper. "What was that noise? Why are you all awake? Why didn't anybody wake me?" Ong pointed toward the dark edge of the rocks. "Over there." All three went quiet. More crunches. More low growls. Shapes emerged slowly from the dim light, pale forms with long bodies and thick fur. Their shoulders rose and fell in slow, steady motions. Sokka's eyes widened in fear. "Are those wolf things?" "Katara, those look like wolf things." Katara held her breath. "They're probably just hungry." "That doesn't make me feel better," Sokka hissed. Ong stood, staff in hand. His jaw tightened. "It's okay. We'll handle it." I moved forward a few steps, steady on my paws. The creatures stopped about 20 feet away. Their eyes caught the faint remaining firelight, reflecting it back in a bright, narrow glow. They didn't rush. They watched us and paced slowly across the ground. Ong exhaled. "They're surrounding us." Katara stepped back slightly. "Sokka, get your boomerang." Sokka fumbled with his belt, panic in his hands. I got it, hold on, okay, I have it." The creatures growled again, louder this time. A deep, echoing sound that sent a small surge of tension through my chest. I planted my paws more firmly, letting my body lean forward slightly. Ong looked at me. "Pika, stay close." I stepped closer to him anyway. He blinked in surprise. "Pika." Katara spoke softly, her voice uneasy. "Maybe they'll leave if we make ourselves look bigger." Sokka raised the boomerang over his head. "I'm already big enough." The creatures ignored him completely. One of them stepped ahead of the others. It lowered its head and gave a long, rumbling growl. My cheeks tingled. I felt the electricity gather without effort. Ong noticed. "Pika, are you going to try something?" I didn't answer. I walked another step forward. "Pika, wait," Katara said anxiously. "Don't get too close." I kept going until I stood in front of the group. All three of them went silent behind me. The lead creature stepped closer, slow but confident. It sniffed the air, head lowering further. My tail stiffened. A spark slipped off my cheek. The creature stopped. Its ears twitched. Its eyes locked onto the small arcs of electricity gathering around me. It made a deep, sharp grunt. The other creatures responded with a chorus of growls. I felt a small push of determination in my chest. I let the electricity rise again, stronger this time. Sparks danced across my fur, lighting the dim morning. Katara whispered sharply, "Ong, look." Sokka whispered more sharply, "It's glowing." "Why is it glowing more? Is that normal?" Ong didn't answer. He just stared with quiet focus. I released a controlled burst not toward the creatures, but directly into the ground in front of me. The crack hit the earth with a loud snap and bright flash. Dirt and dust kicked up in a small circle. The creatures flinched. The leader stepped back with a startled grunt. It looked at me again, confused, its posture changing from confidence to caution. The others shifted uneasily behind it. Sokka's jaw dropped. "Okay, that was actually kind of cool." Katara leaned forward slightly. "It's scaring them off." I let another burst hit the ground, larger and louder. The flash lit the entire area for a second. The creatures backed up rapidly, their paws scraping against the dirt. The leader gave a final uncertain growl before turning sharply. The others followed immediately, retreating into the pale horizon until their shapes dissolved into the rising morning light. Silence filled the camp. Ong lowered his staff slowly. "They're gone." Katara let out a long breath. That was really impressive." Sokka thudded down onto a rock, clutching his chest. "I thought we were going to be breakfast. I really did." Ong knelt next to me, his expression filled with grateful relief. "Thanks, Pika. You really helped." I nodded once, letting the last of the electricity fade naturally. My breathing steadied. Katara crouched beside Ong. "That could have gone so differently. I'm glad you were here." Sokka pointed at me with his free hand. "Okay. Fine. I take back some of the things I said yesterday. Not all, but some." Katara gave him an unamused look. "Sokka. I'm just saying," he said quickly, "that was good. Really good. I'm not arguing that." Ong stood and stretched. "We should get ready to leave soon. They might come back." Katara nodded. "Right. I'll get the last of the things together." Sokka sighed. I'll check the area. Or something." He walked around with his boomerang held high, glancing nervously in every direction. Ong packed the bedrolls, pausing now and then to smile at me. Katara folded blankets and put out the final bit of fire with a soft stream of water, the steam rising in small wisps. Ong patted my back gently. "You okay after all that?" I nodded. My tail twitched lightly. "You didn't even look scared," he added with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Katara overheard and smiled. "Pika handled it better than you did, Sokka." Sokka shouted from across the area, "Hey! I did great. I held my boomerang perfectly." Katara looked at Ong. He was shaking the whole time. Ong laughed softly. "Yeah, I saw." I settled beside them, letting the calm of their voices ease the tension still lingering in my chest. The morning air was cold, but the rising sun brought a soft warmth over the ground. Ong climbed onto Appa's saddle. "Ready?" Katara climbed up after him. "We should leave before anything else wanders over." Sokka scrambled up the side with exaggerated urgency. "Exactly. Let's go. Now." I leapt up last, landing beside Ong. He reached out and steadied my side with a small smile. "I'm glad you're with us," he said quietly. I nodded again, feeling a small flicker of satisfaction. Ong lifted the reins. Yip yip. Appa rose into the morning sky, the ground shrinking below us. I sat still, watching the camp fade behind. The wind touched my fur. My cheeks tingled softly. The day began. Chapter 4, Early Arrival at Kyoshi. The flight north lasted longer than any of us expected. Appa moved with his usual steady pace, but the cold morning air clung to all of us, and the tiredness from the creature encounter still lingered in everyone's movements. I sat close to Ong as the wind brushed past my fur. My ears flattened slightly from the chill. Ong noticed and pulled his coat tighter around himself. Katara leaned forward from behind. Ong, maybe we should land soon. We're running low on water, and I think Appa needs a break. Sokka, gripping the saddle edge, groaned loudly. I definitely need a break. I can't feel half my face. I think the wind froze it. Katara sighed. Your face is fine, Sokka. I'm serious, he argued loudly. Look. He slapped his cheek and winced. Okay, maybe not frozen, but it's getting there. Ong looked down toward the sea beneath us. The water stretched endlessly in all directions, broken only by shapes of islands far ahead. We can land on one of those, he said, pointing. Maybe there's a village where we can rest. Katara followed the direction of his finger. That works. We can ask for supplies. Sokka squinted at the islands. As long as whatever lives on those islands isn't trying to eat us, I'm fine with it. I settled lower into the saddle as Appa dipped toward the nearest island. The closer we got, the clearer the coastline became. Sandy beaches. Cliffs. A few wooden structures. Smoke rising gently from cooking fires. I recognized the place immediately. Kyoshi Island. Ong didn't realize where we were yet. Katara didn't either. Sokka probably wouldn't know until someone said the name. Appa glided low and landed near the beach. His paws hit the sand with soft thuds. Ong hopped down the moment we stopped. Finally. Solid ground. Katara slid down after him, stretching her legs. That feels better. Sokka tumbled off the saddle and landed on his knees. Thank the spirits. I jumped down last, landing neatly beside Ong. My paws pressed into the warm sand, and I felt a small relief. Sand cushioned each movement. It was a nice change from snow and rock. Ong took a few steps forward and looked toward the village. We should say hi. Maybe they can help us. We walked together across the beach toward the wide wooden gate leading into the village. The air was quiet except for waves and distant voices. Ong's pace was light and curious. Katara's steps were steady and watchful. Sokka stayed behind them with a wary expression, gripping his boomerang. When we reached the entrance, a young fisherman who had been checking nets looked up sharply. His eyes widened as he stared at Ong's arrow tattoos, then at Appa in the distance, then at me. Who are you guys? He asked hesitantly. Ong smiled. Hi. I'm Ong. That's Katara, Sokka, and that's Pika. He pointed at each of us. The fisherman's eyes moved to me again. He leaned back slightly. What is that? Sokka spread his arms. We don't know either. Katara shook her head quickly. It's friendly. Ong nodded. It really is. The fisherman still looked unsure, but he didn't run. Instead, he called toward the village. Hey! We've got visitors. Several people appeared, fishermen, workers, and a few older women. They looked at Ong's tattoos the way others always did, full of surprise and confusion. Their eyes then dropped to me, widening further. A woman whispered, "What kind of animal is that?" Another said, "It looks small, but the cheeks are sparking." Ong stepped forward. Sorry if we surprised you. We're just looking for somewhere to rest for a little while. The villagers stayed tense, but not hostile. They whispered among themselves, their eyes moving between Ong and me repeatedly. Sokka muttered to Katara, they're staring more at Pika than at the fact that Ong is the avatar. Katara whispered back, maybe they've just never seen an animal like him. Yeah, and it's sparking, Sokka replied nervously. They probably think it's going to set something on fire. I let out a short, simple Pika, controlled and calm. One of the villagers flinched a little. Ong crouched down next to me and patted my head, trying to show them I was safe. It won't hurt anyone. A stern older man stepped forward from the group. The animal stays outside the village unless we know what it can do. Katara frowned. It's really harmless. Sokka pointed at me. Mostly harmless. Mostly. Ong gently scratched behind my ear. It helped us earlier when some animals tried to attack. The villagers exchanged uneasy looks. Before anyone could speak again, the sound of quick footsteps approached. A group of women in distinct green and cream armor moved toward us, their steps firm, fans at their sides. Their leader, tall and sharp-eyed, studied us with a steady gaze. Sokka straightened immediately. Hi. His voice cracked. Katara elbowed him lightly. Don't act weird. I'm not acting weird, he whispered back quickly. The armored women stopped in front of us. Their leader stepped forward. I am Suki, of the Kyoshi warriors. What brings you here? Ong smiled politely. We're traveling. We needed supplies and a place to rest for a bit. Suki nodded slowly, but her eyes shifted to me almost immediately. What is that small creature? I've never seen anything like it. Sokka raised both hands quickly. We don't know. We really don't. Katara sighed. Pika is friendly. He's been traveling with us. Suki lowered her posture slightly, though her watchfulness didn't fade. Does it bite? Ong shook his head. Not unless someone tries to hurt us. Sokka shot me a nervous glance. It shocks things. Suki raised an eyebrow. Shocks. Ong explained, it makes sparks. But it only uses them when it needs to. Suki didn't reply right away. She crouched down slowly, her fan resting against her leg. Can I come closer? I stepped forward calmly to show willingness. Suki extended a hand, moving slowly, giving me time to react. I leaned forward and nudged her palm lightly. She flinched but didn't pull back. I let a very faint spark touch her skin. It was weak on purpose. She stiffened for half a second, then relaxed. That was small, she said quietly. Ong nodded happily. See? Safe. Katara smiled too. He's been helping us. Suki stood and nodded once. Fine. You three may stay in the village for the day. The animal stays with you at all times. Ong bowed his head slightly. Thank you. Sokka leaned toward Katara as we walked. Did you see that? She didn't even freak out when it shocked her. Katara whispered, she didn't flinch as much as you do. I flinch a normal amount, Sokka argued firmly. We followed Suki through the gates. Villagers gathered around, glancing at us with cautious curiosity. Their gazes lingered most on me. Some pointed, some whispered, some stepped back slightly as we passed. I kept my posture calm and steady. Ong tried breaking the tension with a cheerful tone. This place looks really nice. Suki walked ahead with measured steps. We take pride in maintaining it. Katara looked around at the painted homes and the wide open spaces. It's very peaceful. Sokka added, and no giant monster things jumping out at us. That's a nice change. One villager overheard and gave him an odd look. Sokka cleared his throat and looked away. We were brought to a shaded area near the center of the village where a few benches and baskets sat. Suki gestured for us to sit. "You can rest here while some supplies are prepared," she said. "We'll speak with the other warriors in case anything else is needed." Ong smiled warmly. "Thanks, Suki." She gave a short nod and left with her group. Sokka dropped onto a bench with a groan. "I can't tell if they like us or think we're trouble." Katara exhaled. "They're cautious. That's all." A small group of children approached cautiously from behind a wooden post. They peeked at me, hiding behind each other. A little girl pointed and whispered, "It's sparking." A boy beside her whispered back, "Do you think it will shock us?" I stepped closer slowly. The children froze. I raised my paw and let out a soft, friendly Pika. The children blinked. The girl stepped forward first, her small hand reaching out. "Can I touch it?" Ong nodded. "Go ahead. He won't hurt you." She touched my head lightly. Her face lit up. "It's soft." The other children crowded closer, their excitement rising. Sokka threw his hands up. "Great! Kids trust it more than I do." Katara gave him a flat stare. "Sokka, you trust nothing." "That's because I'm smart," he returned defensively. Ong laughed gently. "You were shaking this morning." "That was strategy," Sokka argued. Katara rubbed her forehead. The children kept petting me, giggling each time my cheeks flicked with the smallest spark. As they laughed, Ong watched them with a relaxed smile. "It's nice seeing people not scared." Katara nodded. "It is." Sokka crossed his arms. "As long as nobody brings up giant fish or Fire Nation soldiers, I'm happy." Ong's expression shifted slightly. "We should watch out anyway. Zuko might be closer than we think." Katara's face tightened. "We need to leave soon after we rest." I felt the tension in the air shift. Ong's fingers drummed lightly on his staff. Katara adjusted her coat nervously. Sokka sighed loudly but nodded in agreement. This island was peaceful now, but I knew peace never lasted long once Zuko entered the picture. I stayed quiet, listening to the children laugh and the village work around us. The day had only just started. Chapter 5, Smoke on the Horizon. The morning passed quietly at the village center. I stayed close to Ong as more villagers gathered supplies for us. The children eventually ran off when their parents called, though many of them kept glancing back at me, still surprised by the sparks on my cheeks. Ong sat on one of the wooden benches with his staff across his lap. He looked calm, but the way he tapped the end of the staff against the ground every few seconds showed the tension under his breath. Katara returned from speaking with some villagers. "They're going to give us some food," she said. "They don't have much, but they want to help." Sokka leaned back on the bench, arms crossed. "They're more generous than I expected for people who just saw a strange animal shooting sparks everywhere." Katara looked at him with tired annoyance. "Please stop bringing that up every 5 minutes." "I'm just saying," Sokka said as he lifted his hands, "it's surprising." Ong smiled lightly. "They're really nice here." I watched him quietly. His shoulders were relaxed, but his eyes kept drifting toward the coast as if some part of him was waiting for something. I knew what he worried about. Zuko. That threat hung over all of us, even if Ong didn't say it out loud. Suki returned with 2 other Kyoshi warriors at her sides. They walked with their usual steady pace, fans hanging from their belts. Suki stopped in front of us. "We've prepared a few supplies," she said. "You can take them when you leave." Ong stood and bowed slightly. "Thank you so much." Suki nodded once. But her attention shifted past us, toward the beach. Her eyebrows lowered. She focused on something none of us had noticed yet. Katara followed her gaze. What is it? Suki didn't answer. She stepped forward several paces, staring toward the water. I turned fully and looked in the same direction. At first, the water looked calm. Then I noticed a thin line of dark smoke far on the horizon. Ong froze. Is that? Sokka pushed past Katara and squinted. That's a Fire Nation ship. Katara's breath caught. Already? How would they know we're here? My chest tightened in a steady, focused way. The smoke was thin, but unmistakable. Zuko's ship. Moving faster than normal. The earlier arrival changed the rhythm of everything. I watched the distant plume with narrowed eyes. My tail stiffened against the ground. Suki turned to Ong. You said you're just traveling. Why would a Fire Nation ship come here right after you arrived? Ong swallowed. They've been chasing us. Sokka stepped beside him quickly. Yeah, they want Ong. And not in a friendly way. Katara nodded firmly. We didn't mean to bring danger here. Suki looked between them, then at me, then toward the coast again. Whatever the reason, we need to prepare. Fire Nation ships don't come here for peaceful visits. Villagers nearby started murmuring nervously once they noticed the smoke. Some pointed. Some hurried to gather belongings. The calm morning atmosphere shifted into tight worry. Ong stepped closer to Suki. We can leave right now. We don't want to cause trouble. Suki shook her head sharply. Leaving now would draw attention. They would see you in the sky. That will bring them straight here. Ong's expression tightened. Then what should we do? Sokka moved restlessly, shifting his weight back and forth. We hide. Hiding is good. Katara gave him a brief look. Sokka. I'm not wrong, he insisted, pointing at the smoke. If that's Zuko, he's coming straight for us. Ong sat down slowly, rubbing his forehead. We can't let them hurt this village. I felt the tension in him through the way he moved. His breathing had changed. He was calmer on the surface, but his hands trembled slightly around his staff. The thought of the Fire Nation finding us here clearly bothered him. I stepped closer to him and pressed my paw gently against his leg. He looked at me and gave a small, grateful smile. Suki watched him closely. Avatar or not, we don't let outsiders bring ruin to this island. If they come, we defend ourselves. Ong shook his head quickly. I don't want anyone here to get hurt. Sokka pointed again at the horizon. Well, unless we're seeing the wrong ship from the wrong angle, that is definitely Zuko. Katara grabbed Sokka's arm. We need to think clearly. Suki raised her hand. First, we gather the warriors. Then we plan. Ong stood fast. I can help. Suki looked at him seriously. If you stay here, they will come straight to us. You're the reason they chase. You can't be near the front lines. Ong's face tightened with frustration. But I can't just do nothing. Katara placed a hand on his shoulder. Ong, let's listen to them. I sat close to Ong's leg, letting the sparks inside me stay quiet for now. My ears twitched at the nervous murmurs around us. One of the younger Kyoshi warriors approached Suki. We saw the smoke too. Do we gather the others? Suki nodded once. Tell them to prepare defenses at the eastern shore. Then come back. The girl ran off. Ong looked toward the beach again, his expression conflicted. If Zuko comes here because of me. Katara stepped beside him. We didn't know he would find us this fast. Sokka raised a hand. Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe he wasn't looking for us and just felt like visiting Kyoshi Island in his free time. Katara stared at him flatly. Sokka. He threw his hands up. I'm just trying to make everyone feel better. Ong sat again, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. I moved beside him, resting against his leg. He rubbed my head lightly, his movements slow. Katara knelt in front of him. Ong, we should leave soon. When the warriors start defending the shore, they won't be able to help anyone else. Ong nodded weakly. You're right. Suki walked back to us. I've sent word to gather everyone. You should prepare to leave before the ship gets too close. Ong stood quickly. Thank you for everything. I'm really sorry we caused this. We understand the situation more now, Suki said simply. Just make sure you don't get caught. Sokka gripped the saddle as soon as we reached Appa. We need to go fast. Like really fast. Like super fast. Katara climbed up right behind him. We'll be okay. Ong helped me up onto the saddle before he climbed in. He took a deep breath and grabbed the reins. Suki approached one last time. She looked at Ong with a steady expression. Travel safely. And don't come back unless you're sure you're not being followed. Ong nodded with regret. Thank you. I looked toward the distant horizon again. The smoke line was darker now. Closer. I recognized the shape of the ship beginning to outline itself. Ong saw it too. We have to go. Appa lifted off, slow at first, then faster once he cleared the treetops. As the village shrank below us, Ong looked back with a heavy expression. I hope they stay safe. Katara leaned close. They know what they're doing. Sokka kept his gaze on the smoke. And we're getting out of here as fast as possible. That helps too. The wind brushed against my fur as Appa picked up speed. My cheeks tingled from the air pressure. I steadied myself with one paw on the saddle edge. The Fire Nation ship continued forward, the smoke rising higher as it approached. I watched silently, knowing this was only the beginning of everything ahead. Appa soared higher. The waves below rippled. The island faded slowly behind us. Chapter 6, Chase over open water. The air grew colder the higher Appa climbed. The island shrank behind us until the trees and houses blended into one dark shape. The smell of salt water grew stronger. The steady flapping of Appa's tail filled the space around us. I sat near the front of the saddle beside Ong. His hands held the reins tightly. His shoulders were tense. He kept looking back over his shoulder every few seconds. Katara knelt near the middle of the saddle. She braced herself with one hand on the edge, the other on a supply bag. Her eyes followed Ong's line of sight each time he turned. Sokka lay on his stomach at first, too tired to sit, but when Ong looked back again, Sokka pushed himself up with a grunt. What is it? Sokka asked warily. You keep checking behind us. Did the island catch on fire or something? Ong did not answer right away. He nodded toward the horizon behind us instead. Look. Sokka turned and squinted. Katara turned too. I turned as well, narrowing my eyes against the wind. The Fire Nation ship was there, distant but clear. Dark metal. A tall tower. Smoke pouring from the stack in a long trail. It cut through the water in a straight path that aligned almost perfectly with us. Sokka's mouth dropped open. You have got to be kidding me. Katara's grip tightened on the saddle edge. They already see us. Ong's expression was tight. I think so. I focused on the angle between us and the ship. The way the smoke trail moved told me enough. Zuko was not just sailing past. He was following. The timing matched the risk I had already expected. My chest felt steady. There was no surprise. Sokka grabbed the front of the saddle and shook it once. We just left. We didn't even get to relax. Katara shot him a quick look. Sokka, yelling won't change anything. I know, he said, voice cracking. I'm just pointing out how unfair this is. Aang leaned forward and patted Appa's head. We need to move faster, buddy. Appa groaned softly and flapped his tail harder. Our speed increased. The wind pressed more sharply against my fur. My ears flattened from the force. Sokka peered back again. Are we losing them? Katara didn't answer. Her eyes stayed on the ship. Her jaw set. I watched too. The distance between us and the ship did not seem to grow. If anything, the ship slowly adjusted to keep us in its direction. They're still coming, Katara said quietly. Aang's grip tightened on the reins. We can't let them catch us. I felt the way his body tensed through the saddle. His breathing sped up slightly, but he did not panic. He leaned forward more, pulling gently at the reins. Yip yip, he called again, more urgently. Appa responded with a louder grunt and pushed even harder through the air. Our forward motion became stronger. My body leaned with the motion. The sea below blurred into long moving lines of dark blue and white foam. Sokka clung to the front of the saddle with both hands now. I am officially not enjoying this. Katara held onto the side with one hand and the back strap with the other. We need to make sure Appa doesn't overexert himself. Aang looked back at the ship again. It seemed a little smaller now, but still steadily in pursuit. He bit his lip and then turned to Katara. We just need to get far enough away so they lose sight of us, he said. Sokka let out a loud, frustrated breath. I told you this was going to happen. Fire Nation guy with the angry ponytail does not give up. Katara frowned. You mean Prince Zuko? Yeah, him, Sokka answered. I shifted closer to the front, my paws pressing into the leather. My cheeks tingled lightly with stored electricity. The tension around us set my body on edge, but my thoughts stayed clear. I knew Zuko's habits, his stubbornness, his focus. He would push the ship as hard as possible. He would not turn away easily. Behind us, the smoke trail thickened. The ship cut through the water, closer than I liked. Aang caught my movement and glanced down. You feeling okay, Pika? I nodded once. My tail flicked. Sokka twisted around again and stared at the ship. Can you shock it or something? He asked me bluntly. Because that would be great. Just zap it, and we're done. Katara groaned. Sokka, he can't shock an entire ship from here. Why not? Sokka demanded. You didn't say he couldn't. Aang shook his head, his tone calm but firm. That's way too far. We should focus on getting away, not fighting. I stayed quiet. From this distance, there was no point in trying anything. Even if I threw everything I had at it, the ocean's distance would make it useless. Sokka dropped back down to his knees and pressed his forehead against the saddle. I hate being chased. The sky stayed clear. No clouds. No cover. Just open air and open water. The Fire Nation ship kept following. Time passed in slow, stretched minutes. The wind roared in my ears. Appa's breathing grew slightly heavier. His shoulders moved with more strain each time his tail flapped. Katara noticed immediately. Aang, he's tired. Aang looked down at Appa's head. Just a little more, boy. You can do it. Appa groaned again. Sokka pushed himself back up to sit properly. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. If he collapses, we're all going swimming. Katara turned to Aang. Maybe we should try to change direction. If we just go straight, they can predict where we're headed. Aang's eyes lit with a small spark of focus. You're right. He pulled the reins gently and guided Appa slightly to the left. The change was gradual but clear. Instead of heading in a straight line away from Kyoshi, we angled off over a new stretch of open water. I glanced back again. The ship adjusted as well. Zuko was watching closely. Sokka groaned loudly. He turned with us. He actually turned with us. Does he do anything else with his life? Katara kept her gaze sharp. He's not going to stop. Aang frowned in silent frustration. We just have to keep going. He straightened up and took a deep breath. Then he moved his hands in a familiar fluid pattern. Air gathered around us, pushing forward. The sudden extra force lifted my fur back. Appa surged ahead, aided by the bending. Sokka gasped. Okay, that feels faster. Katara held her hair back with one hand. This will help him. Aang concentrated, continuing the air bending. Each motion around his staff funneled the wind in the right direction. The air pressure increased in front of us, giving Appa a smoother current to ride. I watched the ship behind us carefully. Slowly, it began to shrink. A little at a time, barely noticeable at first, but after several long moments, the distance was more obvious. Sokka grinned with visible relief. It's working. We're pulling ahead. Yes. Finally. Katara allowed herself a small smile. Good job, Aang. Aang's breathing became more labored as he kept the bending continuous. Sweat formed at his temples. He did not stop. I stepped closer to him and placed a paw on his leg for balance as the air currents pushed around us. He glanced at me with a focused smile. Almost there, he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. The ship fell further behind. Its details blurred. The plume of smoke still trailed upward, but the straight line of its direction felt less direct now. Sokka stared until his eyes almost watered. Is he still coming? Katara narrowed her eyes. Yes. But he's getting smaller. He can't match this speed. Aang finally let the air around his staff calm. The forward push dropped slightly, but Appa had enough momentum to maintain a strong pace. Aang sank back into the saddle, panting. Katara moved closer. Are you okay? He nodded, catching his breath. Yeah. Just tired. Sokka looked between Aang and the ship. You did great. Really great. Never stop doing that again when we're getting chased by warships. Aang let out a tired laugh. The wind lightened slightly. The sea below looked calmer from this height. The tension in my chest eased a little. I checked the horizon one more time. The ship was now a small shape. Still there, but clearly losing ground. I kept my eyes on it for a long while. Zuko would not stop chasing. But for now, his reach had limits. Katara sat back down toward the center of the saddle. We should find somewhere to rest soon. Sokka nodded firmly. Yes. Somewhere with no Fire Nation ships. Or angry warriors. Or giant sea monsters. Aang smiled weakly. We can try. He patted Appa's neck. You did great, buddy. Appa let out a deep, tired rumble. I moved forward and rested a paw gently on the leather right behind Aang's back. The group's breathing slowly shifted back toward a calmer rhythm. The rush of the chase faded into a quieter flight, though the awareness of the ship remained in the back of my thoughts. The sky stretched out around us. The sun had risen higher. The water below glimmered in a bright, simple way. We flew on. Chapter 7, Quiet Island, Tired Sky Bison. Appa's breathing grew heavier as we flew. His wings still moved, his tail still swept through the air, but the strength in each push felt different. The rhythm slowed, just a little at a time. I could feel it through the saddle, a dull, steady vibration that carried his fatigue. Aang noticed first. He looked down over the side and then back at Appa's head. You're tired, hey, buddy. Appa let out a long, low groan. Katara shifted closer. He's really been pushing himself. We should land. Sokka held the saddle edge tightly with both hands. Yes. That. Land. I support that plan. Aang glanced back toward the horizon where the Fire Nation ship had shrunk to a faint dot. He squinted to make sure it was still far enough away. When he seemed satisfied, he nodded. Okay, he said. We'll find somewhere to stop. He turned his gaze forward again and scanned the open water. The sky was clear, the sea flat and calm. After a few long moments, he pointed. There, he said. I followed his hand. A small strip of land broke the surface ahead, rocky edges, a short beach, a patch of trees in the center. No ships nearby. No docks. No smoke. No houses. Is that even big enough to stand on? Sokka asked doubtfully. It's big enough, Aang replied firmly. Katara leaned over the side to get a better look. It'll do. We just need a little while. Aang patted Appa's neck. Hang on, boy. We're almost there. Appa groaned again, but his wings carried us toward the island. We descended slowly. The closer we got, the more detail appeared, smooth stones near the shore, a narrow strip of sand, and a few scraggly trees not far inland. No movement. No signs of people. Aang guided Appa down to the sand. The sky bison's feet hit the ground with a heavy thump. As soon as we stopped, Appa exhaled loudly and lowered himself onto his belly. The saddle rocked. Sokka fell forward and caught himself on his hands. I am never getting back up, he said breathlessly. Katara climbed down first. She landed carefully on the sand and stretched her legs. We should give Appa time to rest. Aang slid down next, landing lightly beside her. I jumped down after him and landed near his feet. The sand gave slightly under my paws. It was warm and soft. I liked the way it held my weight. Aang walked up to Appa's face and rubbed his nose. You did amazing today, he said gently. You deserve a break. Appa's eyes closed halfway in a tired but content way. Sokka stayed on the saddle for several more seconds, then finally swung one leg over and slid down. He stumbled a little when his feet hit the ground. Okay, he said, putting his hands on his hips and taking in the small island. So. New plan. We live here now. No Fire Nation. No running. Just sand and trees. Katara gave him a pointed look. We are not staying here forever. Sokka waved around at the empty land. Why not? Look at this place. Nothing here wants to chase us or explode us or shock us. I tilted my head at him. He glanced at me. Fine. Mostly nothing. Katara stepped closer to the tree line. We should see if there's fresh water. Or anything edible. Aang nodded. Yeah. I'll help. He looked down at me. You coming, Pika? I considered the size of the island. There was not much to search, and there was no sign of danger. I still wanted to stay close. I nodded and walked alongside him as he headed toward the trees with Katara. Sokka flopped down on the sand next to Appa and dropped his boomerang at his side. I'll stay here and keep watch. Over Appa. And over this, very dangerous patch of sand. Katara called back, don't fall asleep. I won't, Sokka replied. Probably. We stepped past the first line of trees. The air changed slightly in the shade. It was cooler and smelled faintly of leaves and damp soil. The ground rose a little as we moved inward. The island was not large, I could still hear the ocean clearly. Ong glanced around with open curiosity. This place is kind of nice. Simple. Katara ran her hand along a thin trunk. It feels untouched. We moved together toward the center. It did not take long to reach it. A shallow depression in the ground held a small pool, filled by a narrow trickle of water that came from a rock crack. Katara's eyes brightened. Fresh water. Ong smiled. Lucky. She crouched down and dipped her hand into the pool. It's cold, but clean. She filled a small water skin from her belt. I moved to the edge and peered into the still surface. My reflection looked back, rounded ears, black eyes, yellow fur, faint red circles on my cheeks. A few stray sparks flickered when I blinked. The ripples spread outward from each soft crack of electricity. Ong watched me with a relaxed smile. You're really something, Pika. I looked up at him. His face held tiredness under the smile, but no fear. There was a quiet trust there now. It felt solid. Katara capped the water skin and stood. We should fill the others too. No telling when we'll find another safe place to land. Ong nodded and pulled a couple more skins from his belt. Together, they filled them one by one. I listened to the small splash of water and the rustle of their clothes as they worked. When they finished, we walked back toward the shore. The trees opened up again, revealing Appa stretched across the sand. Sokka lay on his back with his arms spread out, staring at the sky. You're back, he said without moving. Good news, nothing attacked us. Unless you count boredom. Katara stepped around him. You could have helped. Sokka groaned. I was helping by staying out of the way. Ong shook his head but smiled a little. We found water. Sokka rolled onto his side with some effort. Good. That's one less way we can die. Katara set the filled skins near their bags. We should eat something small and let Appa rest a while before we go anywhere else. Ong nodded. Yet. Sokka pushed himself upright and glanced over at the horizon where the Fire Nation ship had been. From here, there was no dark shape, no smoke line. Just clear water meeting the sky. Think he lost us? Sokka asked. Katara looked out too. He probably knows the general direction we flew, but he can't see us now. Sokka let out a long breath and dropped his shoulders. That is the first good thing I've heard all day. Ong walked back over to Appa and sat down beside his front leg. I padded over and settled next to him. Katara joined us a moment later, sitting across from Ong with the bags between them. Sokka came last, dropping down a little further off and stretching his legs out. For a while, no one spoke. The sound of the waves gently hitting the shore and the soft wind through the leaves filled the space instead. Ong eventually broke the silence. I'm sorry Appa had to push so hard. Katara shook her head. He wanted to help. And he got us away from that ship. Sokka picked at the sand with a stick. Next time we see that ship, can we not be out in the open with nowhere to hide? Ong nodded slowly. We'll try to be more careful. My ears twitched at the word next but I said nothing. I already knew there would be many next times. Zuko's persistence would not fade. I stayed still, letting the information rest in my mind without weighing down my mood. It was just another fact. Katara studied Ong's face for a moment. We should talk about where we're going after this. Ong looked up. I was thinking the same thing. Sokka tossed the stick away. Anywhere that isn't a Fire Nation prison sounds great. Katara glanced at him, then back to Ong. You said you wanted to see the air temples. Ong's expression softened. Yet. I do. Sokka shifted awkwardly. Are you sure that's, a good idea right now? Ong hesitated for just a second, then nodded. They're my people. I need to see what's there. Katara answered quietly, "We'll go with you." A small warmth flickered in my chest at that. Their loyalty had no hesitation. Sokka sighed. "I'm not saying we shouldn't go. I'm just saying, Fire Nation guy is chasing us." Walking into Old Air Temple territory sounds like something he'd expect. Ong looked at the sand between his feet. "He probably expects us to go somewhere. That doesn't mean we can't." Katara reached for one of the food bundles and opened it. "We can eat first and decide once we've rested a little more." Sokka grabbed a small piece of dried meat when she offered it. "Now that is a plan I like. Step 1, food. Step 2, thinking." Ong accepted a bit of bread and chewed slowly, his gaze drifting again toward the open water. I stayed close to him. He broke a tiny piece off and held it out to me. I sniffed it and then took it carefully. The taste was plain but fine. I swallowed and felt a simple satisfaction. The quiet on the island stayed steady. Only the occasional call of a distant seabird broke it. After eating, Sokka pulled his boomerang into his lap and began checking the edge with his thumb. "So," he said, trying to sound casual, "what are the odds Zuko's ship is still in the area?" Katara answered in a flat tone, "High." He winced. "You didn't have to say it that fast." Ong leaned back against Appa's leg. "We put a lot of distance between us. Even if he keeps sailing, he still has to guess where we went." Sokka twirled the boomerang once. "He seems pretty good at guessing." Katara shook her head. "He's determined. That's different from being all-knowing." Sokka shrugged. "Feels the same from this end." I watched their faces as they spoke. Katara's focus. Ong's quiet worry mixed with determination. Sokka's frustration layered over concern. They all cared about the same thing, not being caught, keeping each other safe, and not dragging others into their trouble. The sun moved slowly overhead. Shadows shifted across the sand. Appa's breathing grew more even as he rested. The island remained empty and still. After a long calm stretch, Ong stood and stretched his arms. "I should check on the wind," he said. "See how hard it will be to fly when we leave." Katara nodded. "Go ahead. We'll watch Appa." Sokka lay back again. "I will watch from the very important ground position." I rose onto my paws and followed Ong as he walked a short distance down the beach. He stopped near the waterline, closed his eyes, and extended his arms slightly. I watched as he moved his hands through slow motions. The air responded, flowing in gentle lines around him. His clothes shifted slightly. Sand moved in small patterns under his feet. He opened his eyes a moment later. "The wind isn't too strong," he said. "We should have a smooth flight when we go." I walked closer. He looked down at me and smiled faintly. "What do you think, Pika? Ready to keep going later?" I nodded. My tail lifted briefly. Ong crouched and placed his hand on my head. "You did a lot today too," he said softly. "Back on the island. And during the chase. It helps having you here." His words landed with a solid feeling. Simple and honest. I held his gaze for a moment, then nodded again, this time slower. We walked back together toward the others. Katara was organizing the bags more neatly. Sokka was half dozing but snapped awake when our footsteps came close. "Are we flying again?" he asked quickly. "Not yet," Ong replied. "Soon." Sokka relaxed slightly. "Good. Woke up too fast." Katara finished tying off a strap and sat back. "Once Appa has enough energy, we should head out. This island is safe for now, but if we stay too long, Zuko might get lucky." Ong sat down near them again. "We'll go at a good pace. Not too fast for Appa, but not slow either." Sokka scratched the back of his head. So where exactly are we pointing him when we take off? Ong looked toward the general direction of the north, though from here the sky and sea blended smoothly. I still want to see the Southern Air Temple, he said. I need to see what's there. Katara held his gaze. Then we go there. Sokka sighed but nodded. All right. Air Temple it is. I memorized the decision. The path ahead was clear again. The Southern Air Temple came next. I knew what waited there. I also knew Ong did not. The thought did not shake me. It just added more weight to the choice, steady and undeniable. For now, we stayed in the stillness of the island, letting the pause between one danger and the next stretch as far as it could. The waves kept rolling. The sky stayed clear. Appa rested. We waited. Chapter 8, Flight to the Temple. Appa woke before any of us said anything. His body shifted under the saddle with a slow, heavy motion. He pushed himself up from the sand, first on his front legs, then his back. The leather creaked. Sand slid off his fur in patches. He shook once, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. I had been awake already, watching the light change on the water. When Appa moved, I stood and turned toward him. Ong, who had been sitting with his knees pulled up and his staff across his lap, lifted his head quickly. You feeling better, buddy? Ong asked, his voice hopeful. Appa let out a deep, steady bellow that sounded stronger than before. Katara checked him with a careful eye. He looks rested. Sokka stretched his arms and groaned. Good, because I'm starting to get creeped out by how quiet this place is. No people, no buildings, no nothing. Just sand and our future wrecked ship somewhere behind us. Katara gave him a look. The quiet is nice. Sokka pointed at the trilene. It's too nice. It's suspicious. Ong stood and brushed sand off his clothes. We should get going before Zuko gets anywhere close to this area. I watched his face more closely. His words were practical, but the way his eyes kept drifting north told me his mind was already beyond Zuko and the island. He was thinking about the Southern Air Temple. Katara followed his gaze. You still want to go to the temple now? Yes, he said without hesitation. I've been thinking about it the whole time. Sokka sighed, resigned. All right. Big air ruins filled with nothing but wind. Sounds fun. Ong turned to Appa and patted his front leg. Ready to fly again? Appa grumbled, then leaned down to let them climb up. Katara started loading the supplies back onto the saddle, tightening straps and checking each knot with steady fingers. Sokka helped in his own way, mostly by lifting the lighter bundles and complaining about the heavier ones. Why do we need so much stuff? He asked, lifting a bag with both hands. Can't we live on air and positive thoughts? You're the Avatar. You can do that, right? Ong laughed, the sound quieter than usual but real. I need food just like you. Sokka dropped the bag in the saddle with a soft thud. That is very disappointing. I jumped up onto the saddle and took my usual place near the front, where I had a clear view of Ong and the sky ahead. The leather felt warm from the sun. My paws settled into familiar spots. Katara climbed up next, then Sokka. Ong came last, staff in hand, and took his place at the front, near me. He took a slow breath and looked north again. I followed his gaze. Far ahead, the sky met the faint suggestion of darker shapes on the horizon, distant mountains. The air temple sat in that direction. I knew exactly where it rested, even if no one else here did. Ong gripped the reins. Yip yip. Appa surged forward. Sand scattered behind his paws as he ran, then he leapt into the air. The ground fell away smoothly. The ocean appeared again under us, stretching in long, quiet waves. The wind picked up, pushing against my fur and flattening my ears. I adjusted my stance and planted my paws more firmly. Ong shielded his face with one hand for a moment until they climbed higher. Katara sat near the middle with one hand on the saddle and the other wrapped around a strap. The air feels cleaner up here, she said calmly. Sokka grumbled behind her. It feels colder. That's what it feels like. Ong glanced back. We can't go much lower without risking being seen from the sea. Sokka sighed and pulled his collar up higher around his neck. Fine. I'll just freeze in the name of stealth. Katara nudged him lightly with her elbow. You're not freezing. I might be, he replied stubbornly. My ears are starting to feel weird. Ong turned his attention forward again. I watched him closely. His expression shifted between calm, focus, and a faint, contained excitement he was not trying to show too much. His eyes were open wider than usual. He blinked less. His grip on the reins stayed steady, but the fingers around them did not relax. You're really excited about the temple, Katara said quietly after a few minutes of silence. Her voice was gentle, not teasing. Ong smiled a little, his eyes still forward. Yet. I can't wait to show you guys. Sokka leaned forward slightly. So what's there, exactly? Besides, you know, air. Ong's smile grew more focused. There are statues, old murals, the Airball court, the monks' rooms, training areas, and we had these doors that only opened with air bending. They were really fun. Sokka blinked. Doors that only open with air bending. That sounds extremely inconvenient. Katara looked more interested. It sounds special. Ong nodded. It is. I caught the small shift in his voice on that word. His excitement and something heavier mixed together, but he kept his posture straight. The flight continued for a long stretch. The island behind us vanished completely into the sea. The water below changed color very gradually as the angle of the sun shifted. The sky remained clear. After a while, Katara shifted her position and sat up straighter. How much longer do you think it will take? Ong glanced down, then ahead. Not too long now. Once we see the mountains, we'll be close. Sokka groaned. Define not too long. Depends on the wind, Ong replied. Sokka flopped back dramatically, his head bumping the rear pack. Great. We're on the schedule of the sky. Katara rolled her eyes. You're awake and complaining. That's normal. And comforting, he added. Very comforting. I let a small spark slip from my cheek. It cracked softly in the air near Ong's arm. He looked at me and smiled. You doing okay, Pika? He asked with quiet warmth. I nodded and gave a short, light Pika in response. Sokka pushed himself back up on his elbows. You know, he said, staring at me, it still weirds me out how calm he is about everything. Fire Nation ship? Not worried. Giant creature attack? Not worried. Long flights? Not worried. Katara shrugged. Maybe he's just confident. Sokka huffed. I'd like a little bit of that confidence. Ong smiled over his shoulder. You're tougher than you think, Sokka. Sokka snorted. You keep saying that. One day, I might actually believe you. Time stretched in quiet pieces. Ong's back stayed straight, his eyes fixed on the horizon. I watched his shoulders rise and fall with each breath. Now and then, he would reach forward and pat Appa's neck, checking on him without words. Appa's wings moved in a steady pattern. No strain this time, just calm effort. Eventually, dark shapes appeared far ahead, mountains rising from the earth in uneven lines. Katara leaned forward, her eyes sharpening. Is that? Ong nodded. Those are the peaks near the temple. Sokka sat up fully. We're already that close. Yeah, Ong replied quietly. We're getting there. His voice carried a small tremor of emotion now. Nothing dramatic. Just a hint. His eyes locked onto the mountains and did not move. I focused on him instead of the view. The anticipation in him was clear. His breathing quickened just a little. His hands tightened on the reins again, and he kept them that way. Katara noticed too. Ong, she said softly. Are you okay? He hesitated for a second, then nodded. Yeah. It's been a long time. Sokka rubbed the back of his neck. Right. 100 years. Ong's jaw clenched for a moment, but he did not respond to that. Instead, he spoke in a quiet, focused tone. I want you to see where I grew up. Katara smiled gently. We want to see it. Sokka sighed. As long as there's somewhere to sleep and some food, I'll be impressed. There might be food stores, Ong said, hope slipping into his voice. We had a lot of supplies. I knew how unlikely that was now, but I kept the thought to myself. My tail rested calmly. I watched his profile, seeing the small, hopeful details in his expression. Appa gradually changed his course, angling toward one particular set of peaks. As we got closer, I recognized specific ridges and cliffs. The patterns of rock were familiar, even from this different angle and time. Ong pointed ahead. There. Katara squinted, but from her spot the details were still faint. I can't make anything out yet. You will, Ong said. Sokka folded his arms. If there's a giant sign that says Air Temple this way, that would help. Ong laughed softly. We didn't need signs. We flew closer. The mountains grew larger, their cliffs sharper and more detailed. Snow capped some of the higher peaks. Narrow ledges cut along the rock faces. Ong's breathing grew even faster. Katara watched him silently, her expression a mix of concern and quiet support. Sokka stared at the mountains, then Ong, then the mountains again. What's the first place you want to show us? Katara asked. Ong thought for a second. Probably the main courtyard. That's where we spent a lot of time. And the statues. Statues of who? Sokka asked. Past avatars, Ong replied. Sokka blinked. Oh. Right. That makes sense. I stayed near Ong's side, close enough that my fur brushed his sleeve when the saddle shifted. My cheeks tingled faintly, a quiet, stored energy that settled easily under my skin. I was ready for anything unexpected, but I did not expect it to be needed immediately. This part was simple flight and arrival. As we drew even nearer, the stone terraces and carved structures came into view at last. From up here, the temple looked peaceful, built into the mountain with careful lines and wide open spaces. Katara's eyes widened as she finally saw it clearly. Wow! Sokka whistled under his breath. Okay. That's actually impressive. Ong's eyes shone with recognition. We're here, he said quietly. His voice carried both happiness and a weight he did not name. Katara leaned closer to the saddle edge. It's beautiful. Sokka looked at the long staircases and tall walls. And huge. Those steps look terrible. Ong guided Appa toward one of the open landing areas near the main courtyard. He did not rush the descent. His movements were precise and careful, like he was approaching something important. Easy, Appa, he said softly. Nice and slow. Appa lowered toward the stone platform. His paws touched down with a solid thump. Dust rose slightly around them. The saddle rocked gently as we settled. For a moment, no one moved. The air here felt different from the sea. Colder, thinner, still. Ong stood up slowly, his eyes locked on the temple structures around us. "We made it," he said. His voice cracked just a little on the last word. I watched him closely. His hands trembled at his sides. His shoulders were stiff. He looked like he wanted to run straight into the nearest hallway and also stay completely still. Katara stood as well and placed a hand lightly on his arm. "Ong." He took a deep breath and smiled at her, though it looked strained. "Come on," he said. "I want to show you everything." He hopped down from the saddle to the stone floor. I followed right after, landing with a soft tap. The air was cool against my fur. Katara climbed down next, then Sokka, who muttered something about heights the whole way. When all four of us were on the ground, Ong turned in a slow circle, taking in every corner of the courtyard. His eyes moved from one familiar point to another. "That's where we used to meditate," he said, pointing to a platform near a row of pillars. "And that's where we'd play airball." He pointed to another section. Sokka squinted. "Where?" "I just see more stone." Ong walked a few steps forward and gestured with more detail. "There used to be a field set up there. The goals were removable." Katara looked around with quiet respect. "It must have been really busy here." "Yeah," Ong said softly. "It was." I watched him, not the place. Every small movement in his shoulders, the way his jaw tightened as his eyes landed on each empty area, the way his fingers curled and uncurled at his sides. His emotions ran right under the surface, not loud but very present. Katara turned to him again. "Do you want a moment to yourself?" He shook his head quickly. "No. I want you here. I want to show you everything while we're together." Sokka walked to the edge of the courtyard and peered over. "It's a long drop," he said, sounding a little uneasy. "Let's avoid any accidental falls today." Katara frowned. "We're not going to push you off a ledge, Sokka." "I wasn't talking about you," he said, looking at the drop again with narrowed eyes. "I don't trust gravity." Ong walked toward one of the larger doors leading toward the inner areas. "Come on," he said, a little more cheer in his tone. "You'll like the statues." He glanced down at me and smiled. "You too, Pika." I followed at his heel, ears lifted, tail low but relaxed. The stone under my paws was cool and smooth. The courtyard behind us stayed quiet as we approached the entrance together. Ong's steps were steady, but I knew this was only the beginning of what he would face here. I stayed close. Chapter 9, Faces of the Past. Ong led the way across the courtyard toward the wide doorway. His steps were steady, but his breathing was not as calm as he wanted it to be. I stayed right at his heel, my tail low and relaxed, my ears turning at every echo and sound. The entrance ahead was tall and wide, framed by stone. The air inside looked darker than the courtyard. Ong paused just before the threshold. His hand lifted and brushed the stone wall with his fingertips. "This way," he said quietly. Katara stood a few steps behind him. She watched his back carefully. "Are you sure you want to go in right now?" she asked gently. Ong nodded without turning. "Yeah. I've waited long enough." Sokka folded his arms and glanced around the open space behind us, as if checking for anyone else. There was no one. Just Appa resting on the landing and empty stone. He let out a breath. "Well, if there's going to be a bunch of ancient air people carved into walls, I guess we might as well see them." "Statues, Sokka," Katara said, sounding tired. "Statues, walls, same thing," he muttered. Ong finally stepped forward into the shadow of the hallway. I walked right beside him. The air inside felt cooler. My paws made quiet taps on the stone floor. Katara and Sokka followed, their footsteps echoing softly behind us. The hallway was long and simple. Smooth stone walls, occasional unlit lanterns, a few worn banners hanging from above. Dust rested in the corners. I could smell old air and stone. Ong ran his hand along the wall as he went, his eyes taking in every mark and crack. He pointed toward the end of the corridor. The statue hall is right through there. Katara shifted her grip on her belt. What was it used for? To honor the past avatars, Ong replied. We used to come here during lessons. Or when we needed to think. Sokka grunted. So it's like a big room of old people watching you. Ong gave him an unimpressed look. They're not all old. Sokka shrugged. They are now. Katara shot Sokka a quick glare. Can you not ruin this for him? I'm not ruining anything, Sokka argued. I'm being realistic. Ong turned forward again and did not respond. His jaw tightened a little, but his feet didn't slow. We reached the end of the hallway. A tall set of doors stood slightly open, just enough for a person to slip through. Ong stopped and put his hand on the edge of one door, resting there for a moment. I could hear his heartbeat from this close. Fast, but not frantic. Intense. He pushed the door open further and stepped inside. The room was wide and high. Light filtered in from openings far above. Rows of stone figures lined the walls on both sides, each standing on a raised platform. They faced inward, forming a path that led toward a larger statue at the far end of the hall. Avatars. I recognized the arrangement from what I knew. Ong's eyes went straight to the far statue, but his gaze moved from figure to figure on the way, as if counting. Katara stepped in behind him and stopped. Her breath caught quietly. Ong. Sokka came last, and when he saw the room, he actually went silent for a few seconds. Whoa, he said finally. Okay, that's a lot of statues. Ong walked forward slowly, his eyes wide. This is Avatar Roku, he said, gesturing toward the large statue at the end. He came before me. Katara studied the face carved into the stone. So he was the last avatar before you disappeared. Yes, Ong said. There was a simple respect and affection in his tone. Sokka walked closer to another statue in the row. So all of these are avatars too? Yeah, Ong answered. Earth, water, fire, air. One after another. Sokka squinted at a statue in old Earth Kingdom clothing. He looks serious. Katara nudged him. Try not to insult important spiritual figures. I'm not insulting, Sokka said quickly. I'm observing. I moved forward at Ong's side as he walked slowly down the center of the hall. The echoes of our steps filled the space. My tail brushed lightly against his ankle now and then. I watched his face as much as I watched the room. He stopped at one statue along the left side. The figure wore airbender robes similar to his. The face had gentle, carved lines. This is Avatar Yang Chen, he said softly. She was an air nomad too. Katara stepped closer, looking up. She seems calm. She was, Ong replied. Monk Gyatso used to tell me stories about her. At the name, his expression shifted. Katara noticed immediately. Her features softened with concern. Gyatso was your teacher, she asked. Ong nodded. Yet. Sokka scratched his cheek. Is he here? Ong's eyes flicked away for a second. We'll find his room later, he said. I want to show you this first. The small pause in his voice was clear, but he moved on, not staying in that moment. I stayed close enough to feel the change. We went farther into the hall. Ong spoke here and there, pointing out certain avatars. Little pieces of information came out in his calm, young voice. She was an earthbender, he said at one point. He ended the conflict between two tribes, he said at another. They were known for their water bending, he mentioned about one statue. Katara listened closely to each explanation. Sokka pretended not to care at first, but he kept asking questions. Did they all have animal buddies? Sokka asked at one point, glancing back at me. Aang smiled slightly. Most did. Sokka pointed at Roku's statue. What did he have? Dragon, Aang answered. Sokka paused. Okay, that's actually impressive. I made a quiet sound, Pika, and flicked my tail. Sokka looked at me. What about you? What do you get? Aang put a hand on my head. I get Pika, he said simply. Katara smiled at that, a small, warm expression. I felt a tiny, pleased tightening in my chest. I straightened slightly. We reached the front of the hall, where Roku's statue stood taller than the others. Aang stopped in front of it and looked up. The stone face gazed straight ahead, calm and composed. The robes were carved with careful detail. The posture was firm. Aang swallowed. He probably knows what's really going on in the world. Katara stepped beside him. You'll meet him someday, she said, not in a grand way, just as a quiet statement. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Can you just meet old avatars like that? Aang nodded slightly. Sometimes. Sokka frowned. How? Aang shrugged a little. Spiritual stuff. Sokka blinked. That's the least helpful answer you've ever given. Katara sighed. Not everything is simple, Sokka. He crossed his arms. It could be a little more simple. Aang stepped closer to Roku's statue. He reached out and placed his hand gently against the stone, right over where the chest would be. He stood there for several seconds without speaking. I watched him carefully. His shoulders rose as he took a deep breath. His eyes glistened slightly, then cleared. He did not cry. He held everything just under the surface. Pikachu, I said softly. He looked down at me and gave a small smile. I'm okay, he said quietly. Katara hesitated, then spoke. It must be strange, seeing all of them and knowing you're one of them. Aang turned his head slightly to look back down the hall, over the rows of statues. I used to come here and think about what they did, he said. I didn't think it would be like this when I woke up. Sokka shifted his feet. You thought you'd just wake up and continue like nothing happened. Aang's shoulders ticked. Something close. Katara looked at the floor. Things changed while you were gone. Aang's expression tightened, but he nodded. I know. He turned away from Roku and walked slowly back down the hall, looking at each statue again as if memorizing them all over. I patted at his side. We passed Avatar Yangchen again. Aang paused briefly and bowed his head a little toward her, then kept moving. Katara and Sokka stayed quiet, following the pace he set. Pika, Pika, I said gently, letting a little sound slip from my throat. Aang reached down and brushed his fingers over the fur between my ears. Thanks, he said in a low voice. My cheeks tingled. A tiny spark flickered, then faded. Sokka looked up at one of the water avatar statues. So is there somewhere that explains who all these people are, he asked. Or are we just guessing? There were scrolls and records, Aang answered. In other rooms. Sokka sighed. Of course there are scrolls. Katara smiled faintly. You could actually stand to read one. I read, Sokka said, offended. I just don't read ancient rock people history. Aang's lips curved despite the tension in his eyes. We reached the middle of the hall again, where the two lines of statues were closest together. Aang stopped and slowly turned in place, taking in both sides again. This place always felt big, he said. Even when I was younger. Katara watched his expression. Do you feel better being here? She asked carefully. He took a moment to answer. I feel like I'm home, he said slowly. Part of it, anyway. Sokka leaned against one of the pillars between statues. Home with a lot of stone faces staring at you. Aang gave him a flat look. They don't stare. They're literally carved staring forward, Sokka said. That's all they do. Katara pressed her hand to her forehead. Sokka, stop. I moved closer to Aang and nudged his leg with my head. Pika. He looked down. His eyes were clearer now. The first heavy wave of emotion from seeing the hall seemed to have passed, leaving something steadier in its place. I'm glad I can show you this, he said, looking at Katara and Sokka. I wanted to share it. Katara's expression softened. Thank you for bringing us here. Sokka shrugged. Yeah, it's not the worst place we've seen. No one's trying to hit us with fireballs or anything. Yet, Katara muttered under her breath. Sokka pretended not to hear. Aang took one last long look at Roku's statue in the distance. Then he straightened. There's more I want to show you, he said. The rest of the temple. The monks' rooms. Training areas. Katara nodded. We'll go with you. Sokka scratched his chin. Any chance there are snacks stored somewhere? If the food storage is still intact, Aang said, hope creeping into his voice again, maybe. Sokka brightened. All right. Suddenly I'm very interested in air temple architecture. Aang rolled his eyes but smiled genuinely this time. I looked from the rows of statues to Aang's face. He stood taller now, his shoulders squared, his eyes focused. The pain and uncertainty were still there, but he wore them quietly, not as something that stopped him. I stepped closer to his heel as he turned toward the doors. Let's go, he said. We left the statue hall together. Chapter 10, Airball in the Silent Court. We stepped out of the statue hall and back into the cooler corridor. The air felt different out here after being surrounded by carved faces and stone robes. The echo of our steps followed us again, soft and steady. Aang walked ahead, staff in hand, moving with more energy than before. The tension from seeing the avatars still lingered in him, but something lighter sat on top of it now. His shoulders were not as tight. His steps had a small bounce again. I stayed close at his heel, my tail low but swaying slightly with each step. My ears turned toward every sound: our footsteps, Appa's distant breath outside, the faint wind sliding past high windows. Katara walked behind us with a thoughtful expression, glancing at the walls and old banners. Sokka trailed at the back, arms folded, eyes roaming everywhere like he expected something to jump out at him. So, Sokka said after a while, what's next on the big welcome to my ancient home tour? Aang glanced over his shoulder and smiled. The training area. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Where you air people did all your floating and spinning and falling off things. Aang laughed softly. Some of us fell off things. Not all the time. Katara looked curious. Did you train there every day? Almost, Aang said. We practiced airbending, games, exercises. It was fun. Sokka frowned. I don't like how you say training and fun in the same sentence. We reached the end of the corridor and turned through another set of open doors. The space beyond opened suddenly into a wide, high courtyard enclosed on three sides by walls and open balconies. The fourth side looked over a long drop down the mountain, shielded by a stone railing. The floor was smooth stone marked by faded lines and rings. I recognized it immediately. Airball Court. Aang stepped out into the open space and turned in a slow circle, a faint smile spreading across his face. This is it, he said softly. The Airball Court. Katara stepped out beside him. Her eyes moved over the faded markings. So this is where you used to play? Yeah, Ong said, his voice warming. We played here all the time. Sokka walked out, studied the lines, then looked up at the high balconies and hanging fixtures. Okay, he said slowly, what is Airball? Ong straightened a little. It's a game. There's a ball, and you stand on those wooden poles. He pointed toward a series of tall, round posts spaced across the court. You use airbending to stay balanced and knock the ball through the goal rings. Sokka stared at the poles. You stand on those? How high are they? High enough, Ong said calmly. Sokka folded his arms tighter. So the rules are, climb a tall stick, try not to die, and also hit a ball. Katara held back a smile. You're exaggerating. I am not, Sokka replied. I am explaining clearly. Ong walked farther in, staff tapping lightly against the stone. He reached a storage nook built into the wall and pulled aside a hanging cloth. Inside, after a moment of rummaging, he pulled out an old, slightly faded ball. His face brightened. It's still here. Katara's eyes widened. It lasted all this time. Guess so, Ong said happily. He held it up with both hands. See? Airball. Sokka squinted at it. It's just a ball. Ong shook his head. It's not just a ball. Sokka sighed. It always starts like that. I took a few steps closer, looked up at the ball, and sniffed lightly. It smelled like dust and faint old leather. I lifted a paw and tapped it gently. It wobbled in Ong's hands. Pika, I said quietly. Ong smiled down at me. You want to play too? I tilted my head. I did not know if he was serious, but I was interested. Katara looked between the poles and the ball. How do you even play without airbending? You don't, Ong said simply. Well, you could try, but you'd fall a lot. Sokka stepped back from the closest pole and shook his head. That's a terrible sales pitch. Ong grinned, a bit of his younger, playful energy shining through. I'll show you. Then you can decide. Katara sighed softly but watched with interest. Just be careful. I will, Ong said. He moved to one of the poles, placed the ball under his arm, and leapt up, using a burst of airbending to carry himself lightly to the top. He landed on the narrow surface and balanced easily. From down here, the poles looked tall. Sitting on one would already be tricky. Standing was worse. Ong stood without wobbling, clearly at home. Sokka's eyes widened in disbelief. You make that look way too easy. It is easy, Ong said casually. Katara shaded her eyes with her hand to see him better. Be careful anyway, she called up. Ong smiled down at her. I got this. I walked to the base of the pole, craned my neck, and looked up. He seemed high, but not enough to scare me. My paws felt firm on the ground. My cheeks tingled slightly with quiet energy. Ong tossed the ball lightly from one hand to the other as he spoke. So, there are two sides. Each has a goal ring. He pointed with the ball toward one raised ring on the wall, then toward another on the opposite side. You have to knock the ball through your own ring while trying not to fall. Sokka frowned. What happens if you fall? You lose that point, Ong said. And it hurts a little. Sokka folded his arms again. I vote we don't play the part where we stand on wobbly sticks. Ong laughed. You don't have to. Sokka relaxed slightly. Good. I choose to spectate. Katara smiled. I want to see how it works. Ong focused, then snapped his staff open. With a swift motion, he sent a small gust of wind downward. It lifted him up slightly, and he jumped to the next pole. He landed and spun, the ball still held firmly against his side. He moved from one post to another, hopping lightly, using little bursts of air to steady himself each time. The ball never left his hand. His movements were clean and controlled. Katara watched with clear admiration. "You're really good at this." Ong laughed, his voice echoing across the court. "I used to win all the time." Sokka cupped his hands around his mouth. "Bet you can't do it with your eyes closed." Katara gave him a sharp look. "Don't encourage him to do something dangerous." "I'm just saying," Sokka said defensively. "If he's going to show off, he might as well go all the way." Ong smirked, then, for a moment, actually closed his eyes and jumped to another pole. He used airbending to balance and landed perfectly, not even wobbling. Then he opened his eyes and looked down. "See," he said. Katara let out a breath. "Please don't do that again." Sokka raised his hands. "Okay, fine, that was impressive." I felt a little jolt of excitement watching him move. The game was simple in structure but engaging. My body reacted to the energy in the air. I crouched a little and let a tiny spark crackle across my cheeks. "Pikachu," I said, my tone eager. Ong looked down at me. "You want to try something?" he asked. Sokka's eyes widened. Wait. Are we about to see an electric mouse play airball?" "Electric mouse?" Katara repeated with an unimpressed tone. "It's the best description I have," Sokka replied. Ong considered for a second. "You probably can't stand on the poles. But you can help with the ball." I straightened up, listening. Ong tossed the ball lightly into the air, then sent it downward with a gentle gust toward me. I watched it fall, judged its speed, then leapt up and smacked it with my paw. A small spark jumped from my fur to the ball at the moment of contact. The ball zipped back upward faster than expected. Ong's eyes widened, and he had to pull in a quick burst of air to catch it cleanly against his chest. He laughed with surprise. "Wow! That was strong." Katara smiled with real amusement now. "Pika's helping you cheat." "It's not cheating if it looks cool," Sokka said quickly. I landed neatly and turned my head, cheeks still buzzing lightly. Pika," I said, slightly proud. Ong bounced the ball once, then dropped it again, this time aiming it closer to me. I braced myself, focused, and slapped it with both paws. Sparks jumped again, crackling around the ball's surface as it flew upward. It arced toward the goal ring on the far wall. Ong twisted on his pole, bent the air, and guided the ball the last bit of distance. It slipped cleanly through the ring and clanged softly as it hit the stone rim on the way down. Katara clapped her hands once. "Nice." Sokka stared. "Okay, that was actually kind of awesome." Ong grinned down at me. "You're really good at this, Pika." My chest warmed at the praise. My tail lifted slightly. I let out a quick, happy Pikachu, and flicked my ears. Sokka stepped closer to the base of the poles. "All right. Let's say, purely for argument, I wanted to try this without falling to my doom. How would that even work?" Ong hopped down from his pole with a smooth leap, landed near him, and held the ball under one arm. "You could start from the ground." Sokka blinked. "The ground?" "Yeah," Ong said. "I'll stand up there. You stay down here. We just practice hitting the ball." Sokka considered, then nodded slowly. "Okay. I can do that. On the ground. With no falling." Katara smirked. "Very brave." Sokka frowned at her. "You can join him on the sticks if you want." She raised her hands. "No, thanks." Ong jumped back onto the nearest pole with an air-assisted hop. From his spot above, he gently dropped the ball down toward Sokka. Hit it back to me, Ong called. Sokka adjusted his stance and slapped the ball upward with both hands. It went up, but at an angle, drifting away from Ong. Ong laughed and sent a gust of wind to hook it back, catching it with practiced ease. Not bad. Sokka shook his hands like they stung. That ball is harder than it looks. Ong tried again. Use your palm, not your fingers. Sokka tried again. And again. Each time, the ball flew differently, too low, too high, too far to the side. Ong kept controlling it with little bursts of air, catching it and sending it back down. Katara watched with a small smile. You're getting better. No, I'm not, Sokka said bluntly. But I appreciate the lie. I stepped a bit closer. When the ball came down again at a strange angle, I jumped and smacked it midair, adding a quick spark. The ball's path straightened and shot upward in a cleaner line. Ong caught it easily. Thanks, Pika. Sokka dropped his arms. All right, that's it. I admit it. I am worse at ball games than a small electric animal. It's not a contest, Katara told him. It feels like a contest, he replied, not entirely serious. Ong hopped to another pole, then another, enjoying the movement. I followed below, pacing under him and ready to jump whenever he sent the ball downward. We fell into a rhythm. Drop. Leap. Spark. Wind. Catch. Each round, we got a little smoother. My paw struck the ball at just the right time. The sparks added an extra push. Ong adjusted with quick, precise air bending. The ball spun through the air and hit the goal rings again and again. Katara laughed lightly at one particularly clean shot. You two make a good team. Sokka sat down on the edge of the court, legs stretched out. You know what this means, right? Now the Fire Nation gets to be beaten by a bald kid, a waterbender, and a lightning mouse. Electric mouse, Katara corrected. Same thing, Sokka said. I turned my head and gave him a sharp pika, narrowing my eyes slightly. He held up his hands defensively. Hey, I meant it as a compliment. Ong jumped down at last, landing in the center of the court. His breathing had picked up, but there was a lightness to him now that hadn't been there in the statue hall. He spun his staff once and collapsed it, tucking it back onto his back. That felt good, he said with an easy smile. Katara walked over to him. You look happier. He nodded. I am. A little. Sokka tilted his head. So, was that what you did all day? Fly around on sticks and bounce balls with wind? Not all day, Ong said. We trained too. That looked like training, Katara pointed out. Fun training, Ong answered. I moved up beside him, feeling my own body pleasantly buzz from the small bursts of electricity. Pikachu, I said contently. Ong knelt and rubbed my head. You did great. I leaned into his hand slightly, accepting the praise. A small spark popped from my cheek, harmless and faint. Katara looked around the court again. Her smile faded a little. It must feel strange, she said quietly. Seeing it empty like this. Ong's hand slowed on my fur. Yeah, he said. It's quiet. Sokka lowered his gaze. Too quiet. Katara gave him a look. What? He said defensively. It is. Ong stood up slowly, his eyes tracing the poles, the empty balconies, the faded lines on the ground. The brief brightness from the game softened, but it did not disappear entirely. It settled into something more balanced. I'm glad we came here first, he said. Before the other places. Katara nodded. It was good to see what you used to do here. Sokka pushed himself back to his feet with a groan. So what's next, tour guide? Ong thought for a moment, then looked toward one of the exits at the far end of the court. The corridor there led deeper into the temple, toward the living areas and other spaces. There's more I want to show you, he said. We still have the rest of the temple to see. I stepped closer to his leg, ready to follow wherever he led next. My body felt warm from activity, my thoughts sharp and calm. He took a breath and walked toward the hallway. We followed. Chapter 11, Quiet Rooms and Old Memories. We left the training court through the far doorway. The echo of our steps followed us again as the open space shifted back into long stone corridors. The air felt cooler in here, filled with stillness and old dust. Ong walked ahead of us, his staff against his back, his hands slightly clenched at his sides. The energy he had shown during Airball had settled into something more controlled. He moved with purpose, not rushing, but not drifting either. I padded close at his heel. My tail hung low but steady, swaying just enough to keep my balance. My ears flicked at every sound: the faint creak of old beams somewhere above, Katara's softer steps behind us, Sokka's heavier, uneven ones. Sokka's voice broke the quiet first. So where are we going now? Ong answered without looking back. The monks' living quarters. Katara's expression tightened a little. That's where you used to stay. Ong nodded. Yeah. There are group rooms, and then some of the older monks had their own. Sokka scratched his head. So it's like sleeping halls. Kind of, Ong said. There was a short pause. Katara watched his back carefully. I could feel her concern in the way her steps slowed or quickened to stay lined up with him. Sokka pretended to be less focused, but he kept glancing around, his jaw set. I knew where we were heading. I knew what part of the temple lay ahead, even before we turned each corner. The path to Gyatso's room was familiar in my mind, even if I had never walked it before like this. We passed narrow windows cut into the stone, some of them broken, some still intact. The light fell in thin, soft shapes on the floor. Dust motes drifted lazily in the air. Ong slowed when the hallway opened into a wider section. There were several doorways here, each leading into small rooms. Some were open, others closed. Old fabric hung in torn banners along the walls. These are some of the living areas, Ong said. The younger monks stayed over there. He pointed down a side hall. The elders stayed closer to the center. He paused, then turned his head slightly, as if listening for something that was not sound. His eyes narrowed with focus. Katara stepped up beside him. Can you tell which one was yours? Ong looked at the rooms, then shook his head. I didn't have my own room. I stayed in the dorms. His voice softened. But I know where Gyatso's room is. Sokka watched him quietly for once. You want to go there now? Ong hesitated. His shoulders tensed. His hand lifted half an inch, then dropped. Yeah, he said. I do. I moved closer until my fur brushed his ankle. Pika, I said softly. He glanced down at me and gave a small, tight smile. Come on, he said. We followed him down another corridor. This one was narrower, with more evenly spaced doors. Some had faded cloths hanging over their entrances. Others were bare. The air grew colder, as if the stone held onto something old. Ong's pace slowed as we continued. His eyes flicked from door to door. Each one seemed to pull on him in a different way. His breathing grew shallower. Katara stayed just behind him, not speaking now. Sokka walked a little further back, his normal complaints gone, replaced by a quiet he rarely kept. Then Ong stopped. We stood in front of a simple door. The frame was slightly worn. A strip of faded fabric hung loosely to one side, its edges frayed. Ong stared at it with a focused, almost distant look. This was his room, he said quietly. Katara's face softened. Monk Gyatso's. Yeah, Ong replied. I watched his hands. They were shaking lightly. He reached out, fingertips hovering over the wood, then pulling back. He swallowed. Do you want us to wait out here? Katara asked gently. He shook his head. No. It's okay. I want you to see. He placed his palm flat against the door and pushed. It creaked inward. The room beyond was small and simple. A low bed frame sat against the wall with no mattress left on it, just an empty frame and a few scraps of cloth. A narrow table stood near the window, its surface cluttered with old, dried crumbs and the remains of something that might once have been baked goods, now only faint outlines and stains. Shelves lined one wall, some still holding small objects, a few clay cups, a cracked bowl, a rolled scroll, a string of old wooden beads. The air smelled like dust and stone. No recent life. Just the quiet presence of things left behind. Ong stepped inside slowly. His eyes moved over everything, each shelf, each corner, each mark on the wall. His gaze lingered on the table with the crumbs, then on the bead string hanging from a hook. He used to make fruit pies, Ong said quietly. Sometimes he burned them. A tiny, brief smile tugged at his mouth and vanished. He'd sneak them to me when the other monks weren't looking. Katara stepped inside behind him, careful not to disturb anything. Did you spend a lot of time here? Yeah, Ong said. More than I was supposed to. Sokka stayed at the doorway for a moment, then stepped in as well, looking around with unsure respect. It's small, he said, not unkindly. Ong shrugged slightly. He didn't need much. I walked in and moved toward the center of the room. The floor felt cold under my paws. I sniffed lightly near the table. The scent of old, stale crumbs was faint but still there, buried under dust. Ong crossed to the shelves and reached up for the bead string. He took it down gently, careful not to pull too hard. The beads clicked softly as they settled in his hands. He used to wear these when he meditated, Ong said. Sometimes he'd let me hold them if I sat still long enough. Katara watched him with sad eyes. He sounds kind. He was, Ong said simply. Sokka looked at the beads. Are those special? They were his, Ong answered in a quiet tone. That makes them special. Sokka nodded once and did not comment further. Ong turned the beads slowly between his fingers. His shoulders hunched slightly toward himself, as if the room closed in on him. His eyes glistened at the edges, but the tears did not fall. He held them back firmly. I moved closer to his feet and pressed my head gently against his leg. Pika, I said. He looked down at me, took a slow breath, and let one hand drop to rest on my head. His fingers trembled as they sank into my fur, but the pressure was steady. He used to joke that I moved too fast, Ong said. He'd tell me to slow down. That I'd miss things if I didn't. Katara stepped closer to the window and looked out at the mountain slopes beyond. The light outside was pale. The sky was clear. Do you remember the last time you saw him? She asked softly. Ong's grip on the beads tightened. His jaw worked. Yeah, he said. I do. He did not say more right away. The silence hung in the room for a long moment. Sokka shifted awkwardly. We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Ong shook his head slightly. It's okay. He let the bead string hang loosely in one hand and looked around the room again, taking in each familiar detail one more time. He told me I was being too hard on myself, Ong continued slowly. He said the others were wrong to pressure me. That I needed time. Katara's face softened. He stood up for you. Yeah, Ong said. He always did. I watched the way his mouth pressed together, the way his eyes saw things that were not there anymore. The room felt layered with memories he was walking through alone, even if we were physically standing beside him. Sokka looked at the bare bed frame. Did you ever sleep in here? Sometimes, Ong answered. If I was upset. Katara looked at him. Did he know you were going to run away? Ong's shoulders jerked just a little. He stared at the table, at the crumbs, at the marks left by time and use. No, he said quietly. I didn't tell him. Katara's eyes dropped to the floor. I'm sorry. He shook his head again. It's not your fault. The stillness settled over us again. I could feel how thick it was, how heavy it sat on Ong's shoulders. He stood in the center of the room like he was both present and somewhere else entirely. I let my cheeks spark lightly, just enough for a soft crackle. The sound brought his eyes back down to me. He blinked, then let out a slow breath. Thanks, Pika, he said softly. I answered, Pikachu, letting my tone carry as much reassurance as I could. Sokka stepped back toward the doorway and leaned on the frame. His expression was more serious than usual. So, what now? He asked, not sure how much to say. Ong looked around the room one last time, then carefully looped the bead string around his wrist. Now we see the rest, he said, his voice steadier. We need to know what happened here. Katara looked at him with worry. Are you sure you're ready? He nodded. I have to be. He walked to the small table and placed his hand on the worn surface. His fingers traced a faint circular mark where some dish had once sat. He paused there, then pulled away gently. As he stepped back toward the door, I followed. Katara moved aside to let him pass. Sokka straightened from the frame and stepped out into the hall. We exited the room together. Ong did not close the door fully, he let it hang slightly open, as if he wanted air to still move through it. The corridor outside felt colder now. The shadows seemed longer. Ong turned down the hall with a clear direction in mind. Where are we going? Sokka asked quietly. Toward the central chambers, Ong replied. If everyone gathered anywhere during an attack or something, it would be there. Katara winced slightly at the word attack but did not comment. She only watched Ong with concern. We passed more rooms. Some doors were open, showing empty beds and abandoned belongings. Others were shut tight, untouched. I kept close enough that my side brushed his ankle with each third or fourth step. My tail swayed low. My cheeks stayed calm, no sparks now. I listened to his breathing, to the slight rasp in his throat. Sokka glanced into one of the open rooms as we walked. It's weird, he muttered. All this stuff left behind, like everyone just stopped. Katara gave him a small warning look. He held up his hands. I'm just saying what I see. Ong did not respond. His face had gone blank in that way people fall into when they are holding back more than they want to show. The corridor narrowed, then opened again into a larger intersection. From here, several paths branched off. One led upward toward the higher terraces. Another sloped down slightly. The one straight ahead ran wide and seemed to open into a bigger space. Ong stopped in the middle and looked at each path in turn. His eyes stayed on the central one longer. His jaw clenched. Katara noticed. That way, she asked softly. He nodded once. We continued forward. The stones here were more worn. The marks of many feet had smoothed some edges. It felt like a place where many had walked, gathered, spoken. We reached the opening ahead. Beyond it, the temple opened into a larger room. High ceiling. Wide floor. Old banners hanging in tatters. Low tables pushed to the sides. Ong stepped inside and turned slowly, scanning every surface with sharp, searching eyes. They used to hold meetings here, he said. All the elders. Katara walked in after him. Do you think there's anything left that can tell us what happened? Maybe, Ong said. Sokka checked the corners with his eyes. If there was a fight, there might be marks. Ong's gaze moved to the far end of the room. That leads to another courtyard, he said. The exit there was partially blocked by fallen wood and debris. Nothing impossible to move, but clearly disturbed from how it once was. Katara looked at the broken beams. Did it always look like this? No, Ong said. It didn't. He stepped toward the blocked doorway. His pace was more careful now. His hand hovered near his staff. I stayed tight at his heel, every muscle in my body alert. Not out of fear, but readiness. I already knew what path we were on. Sokka came to stand on Ong's other side. We can clear it, he said. Piece by piece. Ong nodded. Yet. He reached for one of the fallen beams near the top and began to pull. The wood scraped against stone as it shifted. Katara stepped in to help, gripping another section. Sokka grabbed a third. Together, they began to clear the way. I backed up a few steps to stay out of the path of falling debris. My paws dug into the floor, steady. My eyes stayed on Ong's face as he worked. His muscles tensed under his robes. His teeth clenched. He put more force into each move than the weight required. Careful, Katara reminded him. I am being careful, he said, though his voice had a strained edge. Sokka grunted as he dragged a heavy piece aside. Whatever happened here, it wasn't gentle. Katara shot him a quick sharp glance but did not argue. The doorway slowly cleared. Dust drifted down. Bits of broken stone rolled across the floor. The gap grew wider, enough to see faint light beyond. Ong brushed dirt from his hands and stepped back for a second, breathing faster now. His eyes were locked on the space they were opening. Every shift in his shoulders showed the tension building inside him. Do you want to rest a moment? Katara asked quietly. He shook his head. No. I need to see. I moved forward again until I was beside his foot. My tail hung still now. My cheeks prickled faintly, reacting to the strain in the air. Sokka wiped sweat from his forehead, then nodded toward the doorway. We got enough cleared. You can get through. Ong stepped toward the gap. He hesitated only once, right before crossing. Then he drew in a deep breath and walked beyond the blocked doorway into whatever waited in the next space. I followed him through. Katara and Sokka came right behind. The temple opened up further ahead. We kept walking. Chapter 12, Storm in the Courtyard. Stepping through the cleared doorway felt like crossing into another part of the world. The air on the other side was colder. It carried a dry, faint burnt smell that clung to the back of my throat. The light was stronger here, coming from an open sky above, but it did not feel warm. We walked out onto stone. The courtyard stretched wide in front of us. Broken columns. Cracked tiles. A few banners hung limp from high beams, their colors faded into dull strips. The wind moved through slowly, brushing against fallen debris and loose dust. Ong stopped just past the doorway. His body went still. His staff rested against his back, forgotten. His eyes moved slowly across the space. I stepped forward until I was at his side. My paws pressed into the stone. My tail lowered. My ears tilted back a little. Katara came out behind us and stopped too. Her breath caught softly. Sokka followed, his footsteps dragging, and then he froze as well. Whoa, Sokka said quietly. The damage here was clear. The stone walls were scorched in long, harsh streaks. Dark marks spread out from several points like bursts. The floor carried cracks that radiated outward from where something heavy had hit. Broken pieces of armor lay scattered, red metal with black edges, marked with a familiar flame symbol. Fire Nation. Ong's hands curled into fists at his sides. Sokka walked forward slowly, eyes wide, staring at the nearest piece of armor. He bent down and picked up a helmet, turning it so the insignia caught the light. Fire Nation, he said in a flat, stunned voice. They were here. Katara's face went pale. She stared at the helmet, then at the surrounding courtyard. Ong. Ong did not answer. I looked up at him. His breathing had changed shorter and faster. His eyes were wider than before, staring at the scattered armor and burns with a fixed, unblinking focus. Pika, I said softly. He took a step forward. Then another. His feet moved carefully between pieces of broken stone and armor. His gaze swept the ground, the walls, the far corners. Sokka set the helmet back down more gently than I expected. He swallowed and walked ahead, scanning the courtyard with narrow eyes. This was a battle, he said quietly. There are marks everywhere. Katara moved beside Ong and stayed only half a step behind him. Ong, she said in a careful tone, we don't have to keep going if it's too much. He shook his head without looking at her. I have to see, he said. His voice was tight, strained, but steady. We walked deeper into the courtyard. More armor appeared. More helmets. Spears. Burned fabric. The remnants formed loose clusters that suggested where groups had once stood and fallen, though I did not linger on the details. I watched Ong's face instead. His jaw was clenched so hard the muscles in his cheeks stood out. His eyes were bright. His steps became slower as we approached the far side of the courtyard. Sokka's attention drifted to a particular pile of remains along the wall. White shapes. Bones. He stopped abruptly. His expression shifted. Katara, he said quietly, his voice lower than before. Katara turned her head. She saw what he was looking at and flinched. Her body pulled inward slightly. Ong kept walking. He did not seem to see what they were seeing yet. His eyes were locked on something ahead, something further back under a cracked section of roof near the far edge of the courtyard. My chest tightened. I already knew what waited there. Ong, Katara called, more urgently now, maybe we should. But he was already moving toward it. There, against the wall under the broken roof, sat a form in old, tattered air nomad robes. The cloth still held faint orange. Bones showed underneath. Around the figure, in a rough circle, lay more Fire Nation armor and skeletal remains, as if frozen in place from some final moment. Ong stopped a few steps away. His whole body went rigid. I could hear nothing except the wind and his breathing. Monk Gyatso, he whispered. The name left him in a thin breath. Katara stopped behind him. She put a hand over her mouth, eyes wide and wet. Sokka's usually sharp face softened into something more sober and quiet. He did not say anything. I looked up at Ong. His shoulders shook once. His fists trembled. His eyes locked onto the skeleton in the air nomad robes with a stare that did not break. His lips moved, but no sound came out at first. He took one step forward. Then another. He dropped to his knees. The sound of his knees hitting stone echoed across the courtyard in a dull, heavy way. His head bowed slightly. His hands pressed against the ground. Gyatso, he said again, his voice breaking openly this time. My chest felt tight. My paws shifted. I moved closer and touched my nose lightly to his arm. Pika, I said. He did not respond. His hands dug into the stone, fingers scraping. His shoulders hunched as if weighed down. Sokka looked away, jaw clenched. Katara's hand dropped from her mouth. She took a tentative step forward. "Ong," she said gently, "I'm so sorry." He sucked in a shuddering breath and raised his head slowly, eyes never leaving the body in front of him. "They're gone," he said hoarsely. "All of them." Katara's face twisted with sympathy. "Ong." He pushed himself upright, still on his knees. His hands shook harder now. They were here. And the Fire Nation," his voice trailed off. His eyes moved from Gyatso's remains to the surrounding armor and bones. My ears lowered. My tail hung limp. My cheeks tingled with a growing, involuntary current. The air around us felt different. Heavier. Ong's breathing sharpened. His fingers curled, nails pressing into his palms. He swallowed, but the motion did not steady him. "I left," he whispered. "I wasn't here." Katara stepped closer. "Ong." He spoke over her, voice rising in strain. "If I had been here." His words cut off abruptly. His entire body tensed at once. The air stirred. A faint gust, at first. Just enough to lift the edges of his robes and stir the dust. My fur rose along my spine. The tingling in my cheeks escalated into a steady, buzzing pressure. I instinctively backed up half a step, then forced myself forward again to stay at his side. "Ong," Katara said urgently, moving closer, "listen to me." His head snapped up. His eyes glowed. The grey of his irises vanished under a bright white light. At the same time, the arrows on his head and hands lit up, shining through the fabric of his sleeves. The glow poured from him in a steady, pulsing brightness. The air in the courtyard surged. Wind slammed outward from him in a sudden blast. Dust, small stones, and loose bits of armor flew back. I dug my claws into the ground to stay upright. My cheeks exploded with sparks, electricity jumping out in wild, spontaneous bursts. Sokka yelled as the gust hit him. He threw an arm over his face and grabbed for the nearest piece of broken wall. "Woong!" Katara stumbled, arms thrown up against the wind. She slid back a few steps before catching herself on a cracked stone block. "Ong!" she cried, shouting to be heard. "Ong, stop!" He didn't move. His body stayed rigid, hovering just slightly above the stone, knees barely touching. His eyes glowed brighter. The light seemed endless. The wind spiraled around him now instead of just blasting outward. It rose in a tight, vertical column, whipping his robes and sending broken debris into a wide circle. The storm he created growled through the courtyard, sweeping around us with constant force. My fur stood completely on end. Sparks ripped from my cheeks in sharp, uncontrolled bursts. Each time the wind slammed into me, it pushed me back a little. I pushed forward anyway, lowering my head and leaning into the gust. "Pikachu!" I shouted, my voice tight from the pressure. Sokka dug his heels into the ground and held onto a fallen pillar. "Katara!" he yelled over the roar. "Get back!" "I can't," she shouted back. "I need to reach him." Her hair whipped around her face. She squinted against the rushing air and fought her way one step closer to Ong, then another. The glow from his body reflected in her eyes. The air currents thickened. They were not just gusts now, but a full, spinning spiral of force. Armor pieces lifted off the ground and spun around him. Dust filled the air, turning everything hazy. From somewhere behind us, Appa roared loudly, reacting to the sudden storm shaking the temple. I gritted my teeth and pushed forward again. My small body struggled against the wind, but my weight was low, and my claws found hold in tiny cracks in the stone. Every instinct in me wanted to back away from the power in front of me. It wasn't just the wind. It was something heavy and deep under it, pressing on everything around us. My electricity responded like it had found some huge, invisible storm, pouring out in bursts I could not fully control. Pika! I called, trying to cut through the noise not to stop him, but to tell him I was still here. He did not seem to hear. Katara kept forcing her way closer. Sokka clung to the pillar and watched with wide, worried eyes. Katara, you're going to get blown off the mountain, he shouted. She only shouted Aang's name again. The swirling currents tightened suddenly. A darker line of clouds formed overhead, pulled into position by the force of the Avatar state. The courtyard shook under us. Cracks widened. I reached the edge of the immediate circle around Aang and could not push any closer. The wind hit me like a wall. It shoved me back no matter how hard I leaned forward. My paw slid on the stone. I lowered my head more and squinted, cheeks blazing with continuous sparks. Lightning flickered inside the clouds above, not mine, but natural, drawn into the storm. My own electricity responded anyway, snapping through the air around me in thin, branching lines. Sokka ducked as a piece of armor flew past his head. "This is bad," he shouted. Katara planted her feet and shielded her face with one arm. She forced her body one last step closer, then another. She ended up just inside the ring of flying debris, her clothes whipping against her frame. "Aang!" she screamed, putting everything she had into the name. For a moment, nothing changed. Then she took a breath and tried again, her voice breaking slightly but staying steady enough to carry meaning. "Aang, please. We're here. I'm here. Sokka's here. Pika's here. You're not alone." Her words cut through the roar of the wind just enough for me to hear them clearly. I hoped he did too. I shouted with her, adding my own voice. "Pikachu!" I cried, cheeks flaring brighter. The sparks streamed outward, mixing with the swirling air. Aang's body stayed rigid. His glowing eyes did not blink. The spiral around him tightened again. The storm above darkened. The power swelled until everything in my body rang with the pressure of it. I stared up at his face. Under the glow, his expression was not peaceful. It was tight with pain and anger and loss. It looked like he was caught in something he could not let go of, something that had grabbed every part of him. Katara stepped closer, being pushed back a little each time but forcing herself in again. She held one arm in front of her face and reached out with the other, fingers stretching toward him. "Aang," she shouted. "I know you're upset. But we need you. I need you. Sokka needs you. Pika needs you." Her reaching hand trembled in the wind, but it did not pull back. Sokka looked from her to Aang, jaw working. He dug his fingers deeper into the stone to avoid being blown away. "Come on, kid," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Snap out of it." I braced myself and let out another sharp cry. "Pika! Pikachu!" The electricity around my cheeks burst outward in one bright flash, then fell back, as if something larger swallowed it. For a moment, everything held at its peak. Then something shifted. The storm overhead flickered. The wind's pitch dropped by the smallest amount. The tightness in the air loosened just a fraction. Aang's finger twitched. Katara saw it. Her eyes widened with a mix of fear and hope. She pushed in one more time, until she was close enough to barely touch the edge of his glowing aura. "Aang," she pleaded, her voice raw, "please come back. Please. We're right here. We're your friends." The word hung in the air. Friends. Aang's glowing eyes moved slightly, focusing not on the horizon or the past, but down toward Katara, toward me, toward the space where we stood fighting against the wind just to stay near him. The glow in his eyes flickered. The tornado-like spiral slowed. Debris began to fall out of the air instead of staying suspended. The thick clouds above thinned a little, their edges less sharp. I felt the pressure in my chest ease. My fur began to settle. My sparks thinned to low, twitching arcs instead of full bursts. Ong's body lowered until his knees touched the ground again. The light in his eyes began to dim, step by step. The arrows along his skin faded back to their normal color. The wind continued to die down, dropping from a roar to a rush, then to a strong gust, then to a breeze. Sokka let go of the pillar slowly, breathing hard. He stared at Ong in a mix of relief and lingering fear. Katara staggered forward the last few steps and dropped to her knees in front of Ong as the winds finally calmed around them. The glow vanished completely. Ong sagged. His body folded inward, shoulders slumping, head dropping. He looked suddenly smaller, like all the strength had drained out of him at once. He swayed. Katara reached out and caught his shoulders, steadying him. "I've got you," she said quietly, almost breathless. He did not resist. He leaned into her hold slightly, still breathing fast. I rushed in the moment the air was calm enough. My paws carried me quickly across the stone. I skidded a little as I reached them and pressed myself against Ong's side. "Pikachu," I said softly, my voice trembling more than I liked. He blinked slowly and looked down at me. His eyes were no longer glowing, but they were red at the edges, wet and strained. He lifted one shaky hand and placed it on my head, fingers curling into my fur. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though no one had asked him to be sorry. Katara pulled him gently into a hug, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. "It's okay," she said softly. "You're okay. We're okay." Sokka approached at a slower pace, his steps heavy. He stopped a short distance away, looking uncertain for a moment, then nodded. "We're all in one piece," he said quietly. "That's what matters." Ong closed his eyes. His hand stayed on my head. His body shook once, then again, softer each time. My cheeks sparked lightly, but the bursts were small now, harmless. I nuzzled his arm and stayed pressed against him, my tail wrapping around his side. The courtyard, which had been a raging storm moments ago, sat still around us. Loose armor lay scattered where the winds had thrown it. Dust settled slowly from the air, drifting down onto old stone and old bones. The clouds overhead thinned back into normal sky. Far behind us, Appa's anxious calls quieted, turning into low, uneasy rumbles. We stayed like that for a long moment. No one rushed to move. No one spoke loudly. Ong breathed, Katara held him, Sokka watched over both of them, and I stayed glued to his side, my body humming quietly with fading energy. He had seen what he needed to see. The storm had passed for now. We just stayed there on the stone, together. Chapter 13, Back to the Sky Bison. We stayed there on the cold stone for a while. Ong's breathing slowly evened out. The shaking in his shoulders eased bit by bit. Katara held onto him and did not rush him. Sokka kept watch a few paces away, arms crossed, eyes moving between us and the broken courtyard. I stayed pressed against Ong's side, my fur still slightly raised, my cheeks twitching with small, tired sparks. The air felt heavy but still now. The storm was gone. The silence left behind was thick. Ong finally took a deeper breath and sat back a little. Katara loosened her arms and shifted so she could see his face. "You okay?" she asked quietly. He did not answer right away. He stared past her for a moment, his gaze fixed on some point that was not there. Then he blinked and looked down at me. His hand was still on my head. "I will be," he said softly. His voice was tired and rough, but it was steady. I tilted my head up and gave him a firm, clear pika, trying to put strength into the sound. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Thanks, Pika, he said. Sokka stepped closer, relaxing his stance. We should get out of here, he said, careful but practical. This place, it's not good to stay in. Katara glanced at him, then nodded. We can go back to Appa and rest a little. Aang hesitated, then looked once more toward Monk Gyatso's remains. His shoulders drooped. He swallowed. I don't want to leave him, he said quietly. Katara's expression softened. He'll still be here, she said gently. And we'll carry him with us, in a way. Her words were simple. Not heavy. Just true. Aang's jaw tightened. He nodded, though the motion looked difficult. Okay, he said. Let's go. He pushed himself to his feet slowly. His legs wobbled slightly, but he did not fall. I stepped back to give him room, then moved close again as soon as he was stable. He took one last look at Gyatso. It was not long. Just enough. Then he turned away. Come on, he said. We started back across the courtyard. The remains of Fire Nation armor and scorched stone lay all around us. Sokka's eyes slid away from the bones. Katara kept her attention mainly on Aang, staying near enough to steady him if needed. I walked at his heel like a shadow, paws touching the same stones he stepped on. The air smelled like old ashes and dust. We passed the helmet Sokka had lifted earlier. It lay where he had set it down, flame symbol facing the sky. Aang's eyes flicked to it, then away. Sokka bent down and nudged the helmet with his foot. They did this, he muttered. All of it. Aang's shoulders tensed. Katara shot Sokka a quick look. We know, she said quietly. Sokka gritted his teeth, then straightened. Yeah, he said. Sorry. We reached the doorway we had forced open earlier. Bits of broken wood still lay to the sides. Dust clung to the edges of the frame. Aang stepped through first. I followed, my body low as I squeezed past a fallen beam. Katara and Sokka came after us. The air in the inner chamber felt different from the courtyard. Less burnt. More stale. The worst of the smell stayed behind us. Our footsteps echoed again in the damaged room. The low tables and old banners looked the same as when we entered, but now they felt like the edge of a different world, one step removed from what we had just seen. Aang did not pause this time. He walked straight across, heading back toward the main corridor. His face was set, his eyes fixed ahead. Should we rest before we go all the way back to Appa? Katara asked him quietly. He shook his head. No. I want to get out to the open air. Sokka nodded quickly. I agree with that. We moved into the hallway. The shadows were familiar now. The cracked floor stones. The faded cloths. The small objects left scattered in rooms we had passed. I padded beside Aang and watched his feet. His steps were steady but slow. His hands stayed near his sides, fingers occasionally curling into his palms. Pikachu, I said softly. He looked down briefly, and this time his eyes held more focus. I'm okay, he said in a low tone, as if reminding both of us. We still have things to do. That line settled inside me. Clear. Solid. He was not breaking. He was adjusting. Katara moved closer again, walking on his other side now. We should think about where we're going next once we reach Appa, she said gently. When you're ready. North Pole, Sokka answered from behind. And somewhere with actual food. Katara looked over her shoulder. Let him answer, Sokka. Sokka rubbed the back of his head. I was just saying. Aang did not react strongly to the exchange. He walked calmly, gaze still ahead. We need to go somewhere I can help, he said. I can't change what happened here. His voice stayed flat and simple. Not angry. Not dramatic. Just plain. You're still the Avatar, Katara said softly. You can still help people. He nodded once without looking at her. I know. We kept walking. The corridor turned. A faint draft brushed against us from ahead. The light grew a little brighter with each step. I could smell outside air again, cold but clean. Ong's shoulders loosened slightly as we approached the exit. We passed the row of rooms near the monks' quarters. The door to Gyatso's room still hung partly open. Ong glanced at it as we went by, his face tightening briefly, then relaxing again. He did not stop. Katara's gaze followed his, then moved forward again. Sokka walked in silence now, expression serious. The sound of our footsteps shifted as the floor changed from interior stone to the broader, slightly rougher paving near the outer halls. Faint drafts became short bursts of wind. We turned another corner and finally saw the pale light of the main courtyard. Appa's low shape appeared near the center, exactly where we had left him. He was lying down but awake, his eyes turned toward the temple as if he had been listening to everything. The last remainder of the earlier storm still lingered on his fur in the form of dust. He let out a soft, worried grunt when he saw us. "We're okay, buddy," Ong called to him, his voice quiet but clearer. We stepped out into the courtyard. The sky was open above us, washed in pale afternoon light. The air felt thinner and cleaner than inside, even with everything that had happened. I took a deeper breath. It was easier to breathe here. Katara looked at Ong's face in the light. "Let's sit for a bit before we do anything else," she suggested gently. Ong stopped walking and seemed to consider. His eyes moved from Appa to the surrounding buildings, then down to the ground near his feet. "Okay," he said. He walked over to Appa's side and put his hand on the sky bison's fur. "It's good to see you," he said quietly. Appa rumbled back, a softer sound this time, full of concern. I hopped up onto Appa's front leg and then onto the edge of the saddle, more from habit than from any need to sit there. From that spot, I could still see everyone. My tail curled around my paws. My cheeks gave off a faint residual spark. Katara lowered herself to sit on the stone near Appa's head. She kept her knees pulled close and her hands clasped in front of her. Sokka sat a little farther away, leaning back on his hands, legs stretched out. Ong sat down against Appa's shoulder, resting his back against the warm fur. He tilted his head back and stared up at the sky for a few seconds. No one spoke for a while. The wind moved across the courtyard. The sound of it rubbing against edges of stone and wood filled the space between us. Sokka eventually broke the quiet. "So," he said, voice low but steady, "what now?" Ong did not answer immediately. He watched a small cloud drift slowly across the sky. His chest rose and fell in a calm rhythm now. "We keep going," he said at last. "We have to." Katara looked at him closely. "Are you sure you're ready to leave the temple?" He nodded once. "There's nothing I can do here. Not anymore." His tone was plain. No self-pity. Just fact. Sokka sat up straighter. "Well, we still need to get you a waterbending teacher," he said. "That hasn't changed." Katara nodded. "The North Pole is still the best chance for that." Ong closed his eyes for a second, then opened them again. "We'll go there," he agreed. He sounded tired, but his decision was firm. I gave a small approving pika, tail flicking once. Katara looked relieved. "We can rest tonight and head out in the morning," she suggested. "Give Appa more time, and you too." Ong glanced toward the distant mountains and sky. "We can leave soon," he said. "I don't want to stay here overnight." Katara hesitated. "You think it would be too hard?" He did not answer directly. I just don't want to. She nodded quietly. Okay. Then we leave today. Sokka scratched his chin. If we want to get to the North Pole, we need to head north and east. He made a vague motion with his hand. And also try not to get blasted by angry Fire Nation guy. Katara frowned. Zuko. Yeah, him, Sokka said. He's probably still sailing around somewhere looking for us. Ong's expression darkened briefly. We put some distance between us when we came here, he said. He won't find this place easily. But he'll keep searching, Sokka replied. Probably, Ong said. I stayed quiet. The truth sat in my mind easily. Zuko would not give up. But for now, the temple gave us a small cushion of time. Appa snorted gently and shifted his weight, rolling one shoulder into Ong's back. Ong reached up and patted his fur in response. Once we leave, Katara said softly, we might not come back for a long time. Ong looked toward the main temple buildings again. The statue hall. The training court. The monks' quarters. The places he had shown us. The places he had not. I know, he said. How do you feel? She asked quietly. He took a moment to answer. His gaze stayed on the temple. Sad, he said. Angry. Tired. He paused, then added, but I'm still here. And I have you guys. And Appa. And Pika. He looked up at me when he said my name. I stood a little taller on the saddle edge and gave a sharp, clear Pikachu, letting a small, bright spark jump off my cheek. Katara smiled faintly. We're with you, she said. Sokka nodded. Yeah, he said. We're not going anywhere. Except, you know, the North Pole. And other places. But you get it. Ong actually let out a small laugh at that. It was quiet, but it was real. I get it, he said. The tension in the courtyard eased a little more. The light felt less harsh. The air flowed smoother. Katara pushed herself to her feet. We should check our supplies before we leave, she said. Make sure we have enough water and food for a long flight. Sokka groaned as he stood. Translation: we are about to find out we don't have enough food. Ong looked thoughtful for a moment. There might still be something left in the temple storage, he said. We can check on the way back out or before we go. Katara nodded. If anything survived this long, we should use it. The trip north will be long. Sokka brightened slightly at the mention of food. Okay, now we're talking. I support this plan. Ong pushed himself up from Appa's shoulder and stood. He wobbled for just a second, then straightened. His eyes were clearer. I'll help, he said. I know where the storerooms are. He looked to me. You coming, Pika? I hopped down from the saddle in a quick motion, landing neatly on the stone. My tail flicked with small energy. Pika, I answered, ready. Katara adjusted her coat. We won't take long, she told Appa. Just a quick check. Appa gave a low, understanding grunt and lay his head back down, eyes still following us. Sokka grabbed his boomerang and stuck it at his side. Captain Sokka of the food expedition is prepared, he announced. Katara rolled her eyes. Just follow Ong. I am following, he replied. I'm just making it sound cooler. Ong started toward one of the side corridors with a more measured pace. I fell into step beside him, ears forward, eyes alert. Katara walked on his other side. Sokka trailed behind them with exaggerated importance. We left the courtyard again, but this time the weight in Ong's back felt different. Not gone. Not light. But balanced against something else. Purpose, maybe. Direction. A simple, clear choice to keep moving. My paws touched the stone in steady rhythm with his steps. We were heading toward the next necessary task, getting ready to leave. The temple had given him answers he did not want but needed. Now it was time to go forward. I stayed close enough that my fur brushed his leg. If the air shifted, if his breathing changed, if any hint of another storm rose around him, I would feel it first. For now, he walked calmly. And so did I. Chapter 14, Lemur and Leftover Fruit. We walked together away from the main courtyard, following Ong through another side passage. The temple felt quieter now. The worst weight had lifted, even if it still lingered under everything. Ong moved at a steady pace. Not fast, not slow. He knew exactly where he was going. His staff shifted on his back with each step. I padded beside him, my paws landing in the same rhythm as his feet. My tail swayed gently behind me. My ears stayed up and alert. My body felt settled. My thoughts were clear. Katara walked on Ong's other side, watching him from the corner of her eye. Sokka followed behind, hands behind his head, eyes roaming every old crack and hanging cloth. So these storage rooms, Sokka said, trying to sound casual, how big are we talking? Small pantry? Giant vault full of snacks? Ong answered without turning. Big enough for the whole temple. Sokka's posture straightened. Whole temple. Now that is what I'm talking about. Katara sighed. Don't get your hopes too high. It has been a long time. Sokka shook his head, stubborn. Dried food can last, right? Old nuts, old rice, old something. I listened to them quietly. The idea of food did not stir me as much as it stirred Sokka, but I understood the importance. Travel meant energy. Energy meant safety. We reached a small stairway leading downward. The steps were worn in the center from many feet over many years. Ong took them easily, almost automatically. I hopped down each step, claws clicking softly on the stone. The storerooms are under this side of the temple, Ong explained. It was cooler down here. That's good for food, Sokka said, sounding hopeful again. Katara glanced back at him. You think everything is good for food? Because it is, he replied. The stairway opened into a short hallway with low ceilings. The air was colder and carried the faint smell of old wood and stone. Several doorways lined the sides, each leading into a dark chamber. Ong stopped outside the first door and pushed it open. Faint light spilled in. Inside, shelves lined the walls, some sagging with age. A few broken jars lay on the ground. Dust coated everything in a thin layer. There was nothing that looked useful. Sokka peered over Ong's shoulder. His face fell. Empty, he said unhappily. Let's check the others, Katara suggested. We did. One room held only cracked containers and shredded sacks. Another room had shattered clay bins and scattered, long-spoiled grain that had turned into dust. A third had shelves that had collapsed completely. Sokka's shoulders drooped more with each room. This is a disaster, he complained. A complete, total, foodless disaster. We still have some supplies, Katara reminded him. We won't starve. I might, Sokka insisted. Ong kept looking, moving from door to door. His expression stayed calm, not cheerful, but not crushed either. He seemed focused on the task. We approached the last door in the line. This one was half open already, the wood slightly warped. Ong pushed it the rest of the way. The smell hit me right away. Sweet. My ears perked. My nose twitched. I stepped forward quickly, drawn by the scent. Inside, the room was smaller than the others, with low shelves crowded toward the back. Old wooden crates sat in uneven stacks. Some had fallen over, their lids popped open. And on one of the crates, in a small, messy pile, sat fruit. They were not fresh, but not all the way rotten either. Some looked shriveled. Others had bruises. But a few still held good color and shape. Sokka pushed past Ong with wide eyes. Is that fruit? Ong blinked. Looks like it. Katara frowned thoughtfully. How did it last this long? Sokka grabbed one and sniffed it hard. I don't care, he said. If it's not completely rotten, I'm eating it. He raised it to his mouth. Something blurred past my field of vision. A small shape dropped from the rafters, landed on the crate, and snatched the fruit from Sokka's hand in one swift motion. The fruit disappeared into a pair of quick, small hands attached to a white-furred lemur with long ears and a striped tail. Sokka froze, his mouth still open. The lemur stared at him with big eyes, fruit clutched tight. What? Sokka started. I stiffened, then relaxed. I had been expecting this. The lemur's presence fit perfectly with the path of events in my memory. My tail flicked once with quiet amusement. Ong's face lit up, his expression genuinely bright for the first time in a while. A lemur, he said happily. Katara's eyes widened. He's cute. The lemur stuffed the fruit into its mouth and chewed rapidly, watching us all with wary attention. Sokka pointed at it, anger and shock mixing on his face. Hey! That was my dinner. The lemur ignored him and kept eating. I stepped closer to the crate, tilting my head. Pika, I said. The lemur's ears perked. It looked at me, its cheeks puffed around a mouthful of fruit. Sokka narrowed his eyes. All right, that's it. You, fruit thief, are my new enemy. It's just a lemur, Katara said, trying not to laugh. It stole from me, Sokka said seriously. This is personal. He lunged forward with both hands out. The lemur sprang away before he got close. It launched off the crate, landed on a high shelf, and darted toward the back of the room with its tail streaming behind it. Bits of fruit dropped in little trails as it went. Get back here! Sokka shouted. He rushed after it, tripping over a fallen crate. I hopped aside to avoid his boot and watched with interest as he scrambled to catch his balance. Ong laughed, the sound lighter. Sokka, stop scaring it. I'm not scaring it, Sokka argued as he stumbled after the lemur. I'm catching it. There's a difference. Katara sighed, but there was a hint of a smile on her lips. You can't eat a lemur, Sokka. Sokka scoffed, eyes still locked on the small creature. You don't know what I can or can't eat. The lemur darted along the shelf, then jumped up through a hole in the ceiling boards, vanishing into the shadows above. Sokka stared at the hole. Where did it go? Ong's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and curiosity. It probably went up to the higher levels. Then we're following it, Sokka declared. Katara frowned. For what? For food, Sokka said. It knows where the good stuff is. The lemur's quick theft had left behind several other pieces of fruit. Some were still usable. Katara picked one up and examined it. These are fine, she said. We don't need to chase it just for food. We need all the food we can get, Sokka insisted. Ong turned to me, his smile softer. What do you think, Pika? He asked. Chase the lemur. I felt no urgency, but I liked the idea of moving through the temple's upper paths and seeing more. And the lemur was lively in a way that lifted the mood. I nodded and let out a bright Pikachu, sparks flicking lightly from my cheeks. That's 2 votes, Sokka said quickly. Pika's in. I'm in. That's a majority. Katara shook her head. That is not how voting works. Ong chuckled. I do want to see it again, he admitted. Katara sighed, but then her expression softened a little. Fine. But nobody is cooking him. We're just saying hello. Sokka muttered under his breath, we'll see, but there was no real heat in it. More habit than threat. Aang grabbed 2 of the better-looking fruits and tucked them into his belt. Katara gathered several more into a small sack she pulled from her pack. Sokka snatched one and took a large bite despite its shriveled skin. It's a little dry, he said around the mouthful, but it's food. We left the storage room and headed back toward the stairs. Aang looked up toward the higher levels. He probably went toward the balconies, he said. How do you know? Sokka asked. Lemurs like open air, Aang replied. And fruit trees. Sometimes they used to sneak in from outside. Sokka frowned. So we're chasing an experienced fruit thief. Aang smiled. Pretty much. I moved along with them as we climbed the stairs. The air warmed slightly. Light grew stronger. The temple felt less oppressive in these upper passages. We passed through another hall and emerged onto an open balcony overlooking the mountains. Wind brushed against my fur. I liked the feel of it. My tail lifted slightly. Aang shaded his eyes and looked around. He might still be nearby. Sokka scanned the railings, the beams, the roof edges. If I were a lemur with stolen fruit, where would I go? Somewhere high, Aang said. Katara pointed suddenly. There. We all followed her finger. The lemur sat on a beam near the roof of a neighboring structure, tail hanging down, chewing on what looked like the rest of the fruit it had stolen. Its ears twitched at our attention, but it didn't run right away. Sokka's eyes locked on him. Target acquired, he said in a very serious tone. Aang stepped forward, raising a hand. Hey there, he called gently. The lemur stared, head tilted. Aang reached into his belt and pulled out one of the fruits he had saved. He held it up. Want some more? He asked. The lemur's eyes tracked the fruit immediately. Its chewing slowed. I padded forward and stopped next to Aang. Pika, I said in a friendly tone. I let a very small, harmless spark flick from my cheek, just enough to catch the lemur's eye. The lemur's ears pricked. It watched the spark with obvious interest, leaning forward a little on the beam. Sokka whispered, we lure it in, then we trap it. Katara slapped his arm lightly. We are not trapping him. We can trap him and then not eat him, Sokka argued. I just want to make that part clear. Aang crouched down, bringing the fruit lower, closer to my head height. Come on, he said softly to the lemur. It's okay. The lemur hesitated, then dropped the fruit core it had been holding. It launched itself from the beam, gliding down with its limbs spread, catching air with the extra skin between them. It landed on the balcony railing, closer but still out of reach. Sokka tensed. Almost. Katara shook her head. Don't pounce on it. The lemur sniffed the air. Aang stayed still, arm extended, fruit steady. I walked forward slowly, keeping my movements smooth, and sat down between Aang and the railing, facing the lemur. Pikachu, I said softly. The lemur's head tilted. It hopped along the railing in small, cautious steps until it was closer. Its eyes flicked from my cheeks to the fruit and back. Aang did not move. His patience here felt solid. His breathing had settled completely. Whatever pain he had felt in the courtyard was still there, but in this moment he let something simple sit on top of it. The lemur finally leapt from the railing. It landed on Aang's shoulder in a light, quick motion and grabbed the fruit out of his hand with both small paws. Aang's face broke into a wide smile. Hi, he said warmly. I'm Aang. The lemur chewed quickly, bits of fruit falling onto Aang's clothes. One piece hit my head and stuck between my ears. I shook it off and snorted. Pika, I said, half annoyed, half amused. Sokka stared with a complex expression. So, we're just letting it sit on you now, he asked. No questions asked? No background check? Katara's lips curved upward. He likes Ong. Of course he does, Sokka muttered. Everybody likes Ong. Nobody likes the guy who wants dinner. The lemur finished the fruit and licked its fingers. Then it peered down at me curiously. I stared back. My cheeks flicked with a mild spark. It reached down and patted the top of my head with one small paw. Ong laughed. Looks like he likes you too, Pika. I allowed the contact. The lemur's touch was light and harmless. Pika, I replied simply. So, Sokka said, trying to adjust his expectations, if we're not eating him, can we at least name him something cool? Ong brightened even more at that. I like him, he said. I'm keeping him. You are? Katara asked, sounding pleased and a little surprised. Yeah, Ong answered. He can come with us. Sokka squinted. And he'll do what? Keep us company, Ong said. Sokka groaned and rubbed his face. We already have you, Katara, Appa, and Pika for that. How many companions does one person need? Ong looked thoughtful. One more, he decided. The lemur started tugging at one of Ong's ear loops. Ong didn't seem to mind. Katara smiled. Do you have a name for him? Ong considered. Momo, he said after a moment. He looks like a Momo. The lemur blinked. Sokka stared. Momo? That's the name. Yes, Ong said, confident. Sokka sighed. Fine. We have a lemur named Momo. Momo, Katara repeated, testing the sound. She smiled wider. It fits. The lemur Momo now stuffed what remained of the fruit into his mouth. His cheeks puffed out. He looked pleased. I nodded once. Pikachu, I said approvingly. Ong rubbed Momo's back gently. You're coming with us, he said. Right, Momo. Momo chirped in response and leaned against the side of Ong's head, tail curling loosely around his neck. Sokka stared at the fruit stains on Ong's shoulder. If he eats any more of our supplies, I'm going to start charging him rent. We don't charge friends rent, Katara said. We might start, Sokka answered. Ong laughed again, the sound fuller this time. The temple, the loss, the storm, all of it was still there behind his eyes, but adding Momo to the group brought a small, real lift to him. I felt calm watching this. The pieces were lining up into their places again. Ong turned to look back out at the mountains and sky, Momo perched on his shoulder, tail moving slowly. We should head back to Appa, he said. Then we can leave. Katara straightened. We have enough extra fruit to help for a bit, she said, patting the small sack at her side. It's not a lot, but it's something. Sokka took another bite of his shriveled fruit and chewed thoughtfully. I'll take something over nothing, he said. Ong stepped away from the balcony, Momo clinging easily to him. I trotted beside them, my tail high, my body relaxed. Katara walked on Ong's other side. Sokka followed, still eating as he went. We moved back into the inner halls, heading toward the main courtyard and Appa. We had a little more food. We had a new companion. And we were ready to leave the temple behind for now. I stayed at Ong's heel, Pikachu and Momo both in the group now, the rhythm of our steps blending as we walked together. Chapter 15, Leaving the temple behind. We moved through the inner halls again, this time with Momo riding on Ong's shoulder and chewing the last of his fruit. The temple felt a little different now. The silence was still there, but the sharp edge of it had softened. Our footsteps sounded more normal. The air felt less heavy. Ong walked in the lead. His shoulders were straight. His steps had a rhythm that matched someone who had made up his mind. Momo's tail curled loosely around the back of his neck. Every now and then, the lemur leaned forward and looked at me with curious eyes. I padded close to Ong's leg, my tail swinging in a calm line behind me. My ears stayed alert, turning toward every creak and stray gust. My cheeks were quiet now, just a faint underlying tingle that never fully went away. Katara walked on Ong's other side. She kept a steady pace, keeping him in sight every moment, her eyes sometimes on his face, sometimes on the hall ahead. The small sack of fruit bumped lightly against her hip with each step. Sokka came behind us, hands behind his head and half a piece of fruit still in his mouth. He chewed loudly, his eyes moving over the walls with a mix of interest and unease. So, Sokka said between bites, we got food, we got a lemur, and we didn't die in a magical air storm. I'm calling that a win. Katara glanced back at him. Your standards are very low. Low standards keep you from being disappointed, Sokka replied. Ong gave a small smile, but his eyes stayed forward. We turned through one last corridor. The light from outside grew brighter with each step. The faint sound of wind across stone reached us. Then the walls opened and the main courtyard spread ahead. Appa lay where we had left him, near the center, his huge body resting on the stone. He raised his head the moment he saw us and let out a deep, relieved grunt. His eyes went from Ong, to Katara, to Sokka, then stopped on the small shape on Ong's shoulder and then on me. Hey, buddy, Ong said kindly as we walked closer. We're back. Momo straightened, staring at the sky bison with wide eyes. His ears perked up. His tail tightened slightly around Ong's neck. Sokka stepped forward and patted Appa's side. You missed a lot of excitement, he said. But it's okay. We handled it. Mostly. Katara gave Appa a gentle, reassuring stroke along his fur. We're okay, she said softly. I watched Ong carefully. He walked up to Appa's head, placed his palm against the fur, and rested it there for a long moment. His face relaxed a little more as he felt the solid warmth under his hand. We're leaving soon, he told Appa quietly. We're going to keep moving. Appa rumbled, the sound low and steady. Momo suddenly launched off Ong's shoulder and landed on Appa's head. Appa's eyes went wide for a second. Momo planted himself between Appa's horns, looked around proudly, and chattered a little. Sokka blinked. He moved in fast. Ong laughed softly. Looks like he likes you, Appa. Appa snorted through his nose but did not dislodge Momo. The lemur settled in and began grooming his own tail. I hopped forward and sprang in one smooth jump onto Appa's leg, then onto the saddle. From there, I looked down at the group. The height felt familiar and comfortable. The leather under my paws was warm from the earlier sun. Katara set the sack of fruit near the saddle's edge. We can split these later, she said. We should pack everything now so we can leave as soon as we're ready. Sokka nodded and started checking their existing bags, lifting them and shaking them lightly to feel the weight. We're not overflowing, he said. But it'll last a bit. As long as nobody here eats for 3. He looked pointedly at Momo. Momo ignored him and kept grooming. Ong climbed up into the saddle with a quick hop, then turned and reached down toward Katara and Sokka. Let's get ready, he said. Katara accepted his hand and climbed up. She settled near the middle and started organizing the sacks and blankets, her fingers moving quickly and efficiently. Sokka grabbed the edge and pulled himself up with a grunt, flopping into his usual spot. I moved aside so they could sit, then curled near the front edge where I could see ahead and also look back at them easily. My tail wrapped loosely around my hind legs. My ears turned toward each voice. Ong sat at the front of the saddle, close to Appa's head, staff laid beside him. He took a slow breath and looked around the temple one more time. His gaze lingered on the tall gates, the rooftops, and the distant outline of the statue hall. Katara watched his face. "You sure about this?" she asked quietly. "Leaving now?" He nodded. "If we stay, it won't change anything," he said. "And we have somewhere to go." "The North Pole," Sokka said, sounding more focused. "Waterbending teachers. Actual snow that isn't trying to kill us. Maybe actual food too." Katara gave him a look. "We just got food." "Barely," Sokka argued. "This is like a pre-snack to real food." Ong smiled faintly, then turned back to Appa. He picked up the reins and patted the sky bison's head. "You ready, boy?" Appa snorted in response and pushed himself up onto his feet. The saddle rocked under us. I spread my paws and adjusted easily to the motion. Momo leapt from Appa's head into the saddle and landed near the fruit bag, eyeing it with interest. Sokka snapped his fingers at Momo. "Hey! Not all of that is yours." Momo grabbed one piece anyway and hugged it to his chest. Katara sighed. "We'll make sure he doesn't eat all of it," she said. Ong looked ahead. The open sky waited beyond the edge of the temple. He tightened his grip on the reins. "Yip yip," he said. Appa surged forward toward the edge of the courtyard. His paws pounded the stone in heavy, steady beats. The wind picked up as we neared the drop. Ong leaned into the motion, body relaxed but alert. We reached the edge. Appa jumped. His weight fell away from the stone. The air rushed up past us. My stomach dipped for a second, but my body remained steady. I dug my claws lightly into the leather and felt Appa's rise as he caught the air with his tail and wings. We lifted into open space. The temple dropped below us, shrinking slowly as Appa climbed. The stone courtyards, the tall buildings, the towers and halls, all of it pulled together into a single shape against the mountain. Ong looked down, his eyes tracing every familiar line. His face stayed calm, but his fingers tightened around the reins for a moment before relaxing again. Katara followed his gaze. "Goodbye," she said quietly, more to the place than to anyone in particular. Sokka twisted around in his seat to look back as well. "Thanks for the food and terrifying memories," he muttered. "Really appreciate it." I turned too, watching the temple pull further away. I felt no sadness of my own tied to these stones, but I felt Ong's. It pressed lightly around us, mixed with something steady underneath. He was not breaking from it. He was carrying it. Momo chattered and climbed up one of the saddle posts, looking back at the shrinking temple with simple curiosity. He had no history here. To him, it was just a place he had found fruit and new people. Appa leveled out once we passed the highest peaks. The air grew thinner and colder. The sky opened fully ahead, a wide stretch of blue with faint streaks of cloud. Ong turned his attention forward. "North," he said, more to himself than anyone else. "We'll head north." Katara nodded. "The sooner we get you to a waterbending master, the better." Sokka grunted. "And the sooner we get somewhere that isn't full of Fire Nation soldiers or skeletons, the better." "That too," Katara said quietly. Ong took another breath. The wind ruffled his robes and pushed his hairless scalp with clear lines along the arrow. "We'll get there," he said. I shifted my weight and sat a little closer to him, enough that my side touched his leg. "Pika," I said, tone firm and certain. He smiled down at me. "I know," he said. "Thanks, Pika." My cheeks gave off a small, controlled spark in answer. We flew on. For a while, nobody said much. The air rushed past us with a constant sound. Appa's breathing was strong and steady. Momo occasionally climbed from one part of the saddle to another, testing every new surface with his hands and paws. Sokka eventually broke the silence. "You know," he said, adjusting his grip on the saddle, "it still feels weird to say we're flying to the North Pole." Katara looked at him. "Why?" He held out his arms in a wide gesture. "Because I'm from a tiny southern village with one small boat. Now we're crossing half the world sitting on a flying bison with a glowing kid, a lightning animal, and a fruit-stealing lemur." "Electric," Katara corrected automatically. "And Pika is not just lightning." Sokka shrugged. "Electric, lightning, shocking, same idea." I shot him a flat look and let a small spark jump toward his arm. It touched him with a quick snap. He flinched. "Ow. Okay, okay. Sorry. Electric mouse. Very special, very helpful." I snorted and settled back in place, satisfied. Ong chuckled quietly, the sound bringing more ease into his shoulders. "You talk a lot for someone who complains about flying," he said to Sokka. "I distract myself," Sokka replied. "If I think too much about how high up we are, I start imagining falling." Katara sighed. "You always imagine falling." "Because it's always a possibility," he insisted. Momo perched on Sokka's head suddenly, his tail dropping over Sokka's face. Sokka sputtered and tried to push it aside. "Hey! Get your tail out of my mouth!" Katara laughed. "I think he likes you too." Sokka pulled Momo down into his lap. "Fine. You can sit here. But if you steal my food again, we're going to have a serious talk." Momo chirped and tried to grab at Sokka's nearly finished fruit. Sokka yanked it away, scowling. Ong watched all of this, more relaxed now. The memory of the courtyard and Gyatso's room still lingered around him, but the way he sat showed he had found a place to set it down for now, without forgetting. He turned his face into the wind and closed his eyes briefly, feeling it move around him. Then he opened them again and peered ahead, squinting toward the distant line of the horizon. "The world looks different from up here," he said simply. Katara looked around too. "It looks big," she said. "Really big." "It is big," Sokka added. "Which means we have a very long trip." Ong nodded. "We'll make stops if we need to," he said. "For food, for rest." Sokka lifted his finger. "Heavy on the food." Katara shook her head with a small smile. I turned my eyes forward and let my body settle fully into the rhythm of the flight. Appa's motions were steady under my paws. The air felt cold but clean against my fur. The tingle in my cheeks stayed calm and ready. I knew what was ahead. I knew this was only the start of everything that would follow. But I also knew the path from here: more travel, more villages, more enemies, more allies. North, eventually. But not in one straight line. For now, we were just leaving one place behind and moving toward the next. Appa flew, Ong steered, Katara watched, Sokka complained, Momo climbed, and I stayed where I belonged at the front of the saddle, eyes on the sky and on the boy guiding us through it. We flew away from the southern air temple and into the open air together. Chapter 16, Change in the Wind. The sky stayed clear as we flew. Appa's wings beat in a steady rhythm. The air flowed over my fur and flattened my ears. I sat near the front of the saddle, paws planted firmly, tail curled slightly around my back legs. The world below passed by in slow, wide stretches: rolling hills, patches of forest, a few rivers cutting through the land like thin blue lines. Ong sat just ahead of me, holding the reins lightly. His posture was relaxed but focused. The heaviness from the temple had settled into something quieter inside him. It was there, but it did not weigh down every movement now. Katara sat in the middle of the saddle with the supply bags organized neatly around her. She adjusted straps and checked the fruit they had brought from the temple. Momo clung to the edge of a bag, peeking inside now and then, clearly hoping for another snack. Sokka leaned against the back of the saddle with his arms folded behind his head. He squinted at the passing land like he was trying to judge distance just by staring at it long enough. "The world is too big," Sokka said eventually. "There's way too much of it." Katara looked over at him. "You say that like it's a bad thing." "It is when you're trying to get to the other end of it," he replied. "On a flying bison. With limited food. And a lemur that eats half that food." Momo chirped and stuffed his face deeper into the top of one of the bags. "See?" Sokka said, pointing. "Caught in the act." Katara pulled the bag away gently and closed it. "We'll give him his share later." Momo pouted and climbed up to sit on the rim of the saddle instead. His tail brushed my back. I flicked my ear and looked up at him. "Pikachu," I said calmly. He tilted his head at me, then leaned over the side to look at the ground rushing by. I turned my attention forward again. The land was changing slowly. The hills rose higher. The patches of green grew thicker. Farther ahead, I could see something else, a darker line on the horizon, like a ridge or the beginning of larger formations. Ong leaned forward slightly. His gaze narrowed, focusing on something ahead. His grip on the reins tightened a little. "Hey," he said suddenly, a hint of excitement slipping into his voice, "I know this area." Katara shifted. "You do?" Sokka lifted his head. "You do?" Ong pointed ahead. "There's a city around here." Sokka frowned. "Already? I thought we were flying over the middle of nowhere." Ong shook his head. "No. There's a big Earth Kingdom city. One of the biggest. We used to visit when I was a kid." Katara looked more interested now. "What city is it?" Ong's smile grew more genuine. "Omashu." The name felt familiar. My chest tightened slightly from the memory of what I knew. Omashu's place in the path ahead stood out clearly in my mind. Bumi. The mail system. The tests. But I stayed still and silent, just listening. Sokka sat up slowly. "Omashu," he repeated. "Why does that sound expensive?" Katara gave him a flat look. "You say that about anywhere bigger than our village." "Big places mean big problems," Sokka said. "More people, more guards, more weird rules about where you can and can't pee." Ong laughed lightly. "Omashu is fun. You'll see." His eyes held a spark I hadn't seen since right after he came out of the iceberg. The thought of the city clearly stirred happy memories in him. Katara watched his face. "Is that where your friend lives?" she asked gently. Ong nodded. "Yeah. My friend Bumi." Sokka blinked. "Bumi? What kind of name is Bumi?" "A good one," Ong said easily. "So he's an airbender too?" Sokka asked. "No," Ong replied. "He's an earthbender. But he was one of my best friends." I watched him closely. The excitement there was clear, but so was something else, a small tension at the edge of his eyes. He remembered what had just happened at the Southern Air Temple. The 100 years wait on every old connection. He knew that. But the hope that something could still be familiar tugged at him. "Pika," I said softly, more as a note that I was listening than as any suggestion. Ong glanced back at me and smiled. "You'll like Omashu, Pika," he said. "It has the best mail system ever." Sokka frowned. "You're excited about mail?" "You'll see," Ong answered calmly. Katara hesitated. "Ong, we said we were heading to the North Pole." "We are," he said. "We're just making a quick stop." Sokka threw his hands out. A quick stop at one of the biggest cities in the Earth Kingdom. What could possibly go wrong? Katara gave him that stare she always used when he was being overly negative. It could be useful, she said. We can find out what's happening in the world. Maybe get more supplies. And rides, Ong added. Rides are important. Sokka blinked. Rides. Ong grinned. You'll see. He turned his attention fully forward and nudged the reins slightly, adjusting Appa's direction. The sky bison angled toward the distant ridge. I watched the land ahead more closely now. The line on the horizon sharpened into rocky formations and deep cuts in the terrain. A river bent around the base of a large split in the earth. A canyon lifted on both sides around a city hidden behind a mountain shelf. Omashu, Ong said, his voice filled with quiet pride. We're almost there. Sokka leaned forward over the side of the saddle, squinting. I don't see anything. You will, Ong promised. We flew closer. The canyon walls swallowed more of the horizon. The wind shifted as we entered the area, brushing upward from the gaps below. Then I saw it. Built into the mountain, partly hidden from the outside world, sat a city shaped along the sloping cliffs and stacked terraces. Buildings climbed layer by layer. Chimneys puffed faint smoke. Thick stone walls surrounded everything, topped with guards' paths and watch posts. And along many of the streets, long stone chutes ran in lines, connecting different parts of the city like veins. Even from here, it looked full of life. Sokka's eyes widened. Okay. That's bigger than I expected. Katara stared, impressed. That's Omashu. Ong's chest swelled a little. Yep, he said proudly. City of Omashu. Momo chattered in excitement and hopped to the front of the saddle to see better. His tail brushed my head. I shifted slightly and made room. Pika, I said, acknowledging the view. As we approached, Ong tugged Appa's reins. We'll land outside the gates, he said. They don't let just anyone fly into the city. Sokka frowned. So, we're just anyone now? Ong laughed softly. You know what I mean. Appa descended, angling toward a flat area of ground near the outer walls. The stone of the city loomed larger and larger until it blocked much of the view of the horizon. The walls rose high, sturdy, and thick. Appa touched down with a solid thud not far from the main road leading to the city gate. Dust puffed up around his paws. I felt the impact through my legs and braced properly. Ong stood up in the saddle and stretched his arms. Come on, he said. We'll have to walk from here. Katara adjusted her coat and glanced at the walls. It looks well protected. Sokka peered up at the high stone. It looks like a giant headache for anyone trying to get inside without being asked. Momo hopped into Katara's lap as she stood. She lifted him gently and let him climb up onto her shoulder. I moved to the edge of the saddle, then hopped down to the ground in one smooth jump. The earth here was packed and hard. My paw sank only slightly. Ong slid down beside me and landed lightly. He turned and held his arms up to help Katara and Sokka. Katara accepted his hand and stepped down. Sokka followed with less grace. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Sokka turned to Appa. All right, big guy. You stay here and pretend to be a very boring, regular animal. Appa blinked. Katara frowned. He doesn't look regular at all. That's why I said pretend, Sokka replied. Ong patted Appa's leg. We'll be back soon, he said. Stay hidden as much as you can. Appa grunted in understanding and moved toward a cluster of rocks and sparse trees at the edge of the road. He lowered himself, making his profile smaller. Momo watched him go, then settled more comfortably on Katara's shoulder. We started walking toward the city gate. The main road was partly worn, with cart tracks etched into the dirt and stone. A few traders and travelers moved along it, some pushing small carts, some carrying packs on their backs. They gave us cursory glances, eyes lingering on Momo and especially on me. "Is that," one man murmured to his companion, nodding toward me. "Some kind of hybrid," the other replied. "Probably from deep in the Earth Kingdom." I kept my pace even and my posture neutral. My tail swung low but relaxed. Katara stepped closer to me, clearly ready to answer questions if anyone came too near. Sokka moved slightly to the other side, forming a loose shield around Ong that looked casual but wasn't. The city gate rose high ahead, set into the thick wall. Guards in green armor stood atop it and by the entrance. Their eyes scanned every person approaching. Sokka muttered under his breath, "Here we go. The part where people ask too many questions." Katara shot him a warning look. "Let Ong handle it." "I didn't say I was going to talk," Sokka said. "I'm just preparing myself to be suspicious of everyone." Ong's expression stayed calm, though his eyes held a small spark of excitement at being back here. He hid that excitement fairly well at the gate as we approached the guards. We fell into a natural formation, Ong in front, Katara just behind him, Sokka a little to the side, me walking at Ong's heel, Momo on Katara's shoulder. The nearer guard stepped forward and held up a hand. "State your business in Omashu," he said, voice firm but not immediately hostile. Ong smiled politely. "We're travelers," he said. "Just passing through on our way north." "From where?" the guard asked. "The south," Sokka said dryly. Katara elbowed him in the ribs. "We came from the Southern Water Tribe," she clarified. "We're moving through the Earth Kingdom." The guard eyed them skeptically, then looked down at me. His eyebrows shot up slightly. "What is that?" "Pikachu," I said clearly, looking up at him. He flinched at the sound. "It talks." Sokka raised a hand. "He says one thing." "Two things," Katara corrected. The guard frowned. "Is it dangerous?" "No," Ong answered calmly. "He's our friend." A second guard leaned closer to get a better look at me. "Its cheeks are sparking," he said warily. I let a small, controlled spark flicker and then fade. "Nothing loud, nothing sharp." "He can shock things if he needs to," Ong admitted, "but he doesn't hurt people who aren't trying to hurt us." The first guard studied me a moment longer, then looked at Momo. "And that one?" "Lemur," Sokka said. "Professional fruit thief." Katara quickly added, "He's harmless too." The guards exchanged glances. Finally, the first one sighed. "All right," he said. "You can enter. But if that spark creature causes any trouble, we'll have to ask you to leave." Ong bowed his head respectfully. "Understood," he said. We passed under the tall stone arch and into the city. The air changed immediately. It carried more smells: stone, cooked food, smoke, people, animals. Voices overlapped in a layered murmur. Carts squeaked on wheels. Somewhere in the distance, someone shouted instructions. Buildings rose up around us, carved and built along the slopes. People walked in both directions, some carrying goods, others talking, children weaving between them. And above us, cutting across the city at steep angles, the stone mail chutes stood out like long, slanted paths. Wooden carts slid along them in the distance, too far to hear clearly yet but visible as moving shapes. Ong's face lit up fully when he saw them. "Now this," he said happily, "this is the best part." Sokka stared up at the chutes. "What are those?" "Mail chutes," Ong replied. "They send packages all around the city on those." Sokka squinted. "Those are for mail." "Yeah," Ong said. "But they're also for riding." Katara's head snapped toward him. "Riding?" Ong grinned at her. "You'll see." I watched his expression as he looked around. There was something steady in his eyes now, a mix of memory and excitement that loosened the last of the tightness from his shoulders. Omashu gave him something the temple couldn't, the feeling of a place that was still alive, still full of people moving and living, even after everything that had happened. Pika, I said softly, approving his choice to come here first. He reached down and gave my head a quick, affectionate pat. Come on, he said. I'll show you my favorite place in the whole city. We walked deeper into Omashu, surrounded by noise and life, with the mail chutes towering above us and the path ahead already clear in my mind. We were one step further along the journey, with the new city around us and the North Pole still waiting beyond it. I kept my paws light on the stone and stayed at Ong's side. Chapter 17, Riding the Stone Rivers. The city felt busy in a way the temple never did. Voices bounced off the stone walls. People moved in every direction. Carts rolled over uneven ground. Smells layered together in the air, cooked food, dust, smoke from small fires, the faint scent of animals. I walked at Ong's heel, staying close as we moved through the narrow street. The buildings rose tightly on both sides. Above us, the mail chutes stretched across the city on strong stone supports, slanting down and up again between higher terraces. Ong kept looking up at them. Each time a cart rushed past in the distance, his eyes followed it with a quiet thrill he did not bother to hide. Katara stayed beside him, her face turned between the streets and the chutes. Momo clung to her shoulder, his head turning constantly, trying to watch everything at once. Sokka walked a step behind, pushing his way around a man carrying baskets. Sorry, he grumbled. Can we slow down? My legs are still attached to my body, and they have limits. We're not even moving that fast, Katara said calmly. We came from flying, Sokka replied. Anything on the ground feels slow and wrong now. Ong smiled. You won't think that for long. Sokka narrowed his eyes. Why do you sound excited? I don't like it when you sound excited. Ong pointed upward. Because of those. Another cart shot along a high chute, then, wheels rattling loudly, a man crouched inside with packages stacked around him. He passed quickly, then disappeared behind an upper building. Sokka's eyebrows rose. He's going very fast for someone delivering mail. That's the point, Ong said happily. That's the Omashu mail system. And you used to ride that, Katara said, already knowing the answer. All the time, Ong replied proudly. Sokka stared. Why? Ong tilted his head. Because it's fun. Sokka stopped walking. I knew you were going to say that. I watched them, listening. My tail swayed slightly. The idea of speed did not bother me. I had no problem with moving quickly. Electricity moved quickly. My body handled it fine. Ong waved for us to follow again. Come on. We have to go up higher to get to the platform. We climbed a sloped street, then a set of stone steps. The path rose through the city in a series of sharp turns and small platforms. People brushed past us, moving with practiced ease. Sokka was already breathing harder. How high does this place go? All the way up, Ong said. Sokka groaned. Of course it does. We reached a broader terrace where a section of the mail chute system passed close overhead and then slanted down at a steep angle across the city. At the start of that section, a raised platform stood with several empty carts stacked nearby. A man in simple Earth Kingdom clothes stood at a control lever, watching the chute with mild boredom. He glanced at us briefly, then went back to his task. Ong's eyes brightened. This is it. Katara eyed the slope of the chute with suspicion. That looks very steep. Sokka walked up to the railing and looked down along the chute. His face drained of color. That's not steep. That's straight down. It's not straight down, Ong said. It curves. That doesn't make it better, Sokka said. I stepped up to the edge beside them and looked down. The stone chute ran from this high platform all the way down through the city, passing under bridges and above streets, cutting through carved tunnels in some buildings and out again. Carts moved along other chutes in different directions, but this one was empty at the moment. It looked clear. My chest tightened slightly with anticipation. My paws felt steady. I liked motion. This would be fast, but not beyond me. I flicked my tail once in quiet interest. The man at the lever watched us. You kids have mail to send, he asked lazily. Ong's expression shifted. A little thought passed behind his eyes, then he smiled. We want to see how the system works, he said lightly. I used to live here. I haven't seen it in a long time. The man squinted. You used to live here? Dressed like that? Visiting, Ong said quickly. A long time ago. The man looked at him for a second longer, then shrugged. Mail's always running, he said. Just stay out of the chutes if you don't have a cart. Ong's eyes slid to the stack of carts. Right, he said. Katara watched him now with clear suspicion. Ong, she said slowly, what are you thinking? He turned to her with a bright, almost innocent smile. We're here. The chutes are here. Sokka backed away from the edge. No. You don't even know what I was going to say, Ong told him. Yes, I do, Sokka said. You were going to say, let's ride them. And then we were going to die. We are not going to die, Ong said calmly. People ride these all the time. People who work here, Sokka snapped. Not random air kids with glowing tattoos and flying rats and shock mice. Pikachu, I corrected, voice firm. Sokka waved at me. You know what I mean. Katara looked between the chutes and Ong. Is it really safe? If you stay inside the cart, Ong said. And if you don't lean too far out. Sokka stared. That is not reassuring. Momo chirped and climbed up onto the railing, peering down the chute with interest. His tail swayed in loose circles. He wants to go, Ong said. He steals food, Sokka said. His opinion doesn't count. Ong walked to the stack of carts and pulled one free. The wooden frame creaked but held. The wheels were solid, set into grooves that matched the stone track. Katara folded her arms. You really think this is a good idea? She asked, her tone not angry just careful. Ong looked at her directly. I need something good right now, he said plainly. Just for a little bit. She held his gaze for a long second. I watched her face. I saw the understanding flicker there. She knew what he had just gone through back at the temple. She knew this was not just about fun. It was about breathing for a moment without the weight of everything. Her shoulders relaxed. She sighed. Fine, she said. But we do it safely. Ong smiled, relieved. We will. Sokka stared at both of them. Have you both lost your minds? Katara turned to him. You don't have to come. He froze. You mean stay here by myself? In a strange city? While you throw yourself down a giant stone slide. You can watch the bags, Ong offered. Sokka looked at the carts. He looked at the chutes. He looked at us. He groaned loudly. Give me a second to regret my choices. He did not walk away. Ong rolled the cart to the edge of the chute. The wheels settled into the grooves with a soft clack. He hopped into the back of it lightly and tested the balance. He looked down at me. You want in, Pika? I felt the answer before he finished the question. I hopped up, landed on the rim of the cart, then dropped into the front corner. The wood under my paws felt solid. I turned once, testing the space, then sat facing forward. My tail curled beside me for balance. My chest felt warm from quiet excitement. Pikachu, I said, tone firm and ready. Ong grinned. See? Pika's not scared. Sokka threw his hands in the air. Pika also shoots lightning from his face, he said. He doesn't count. Electricity, Katara corrected again. Sokka glared at the cart. If I die, I'm going to be so mad. Katara walked over and climbed carefully into the cart behind me, settling in the middle. We're not going to die, she said. Hold on and don't move too much. Momo hopped down from the railing and landed on the cart's back edge, clinging there with all four limbs. His tail wrapped around part of the side. Sokka stood on the platform, staring at us. The empty spot in the back of the cart waited. The operator watched this whole scene with mild confusion. You sure about this? He asked. Ong looked completely certain. Oh yeah, he said. Sokka hesitated a second longer. Then he cursed under his breath, marched forward, and climbed in. He wedged himself at the back, arms and legs braced firmly against the sides. I hate this, he said. Pikachu, I told him calmly. Ong reached up and pulled the safety bar down in front of us. It clicked into place, locking us into the cart. The operator stepped to the lever. Don't say I didn't warn you, he muttered. He pulled it. There was a small jerk. The cart moved forward. At first it was slow, just a gentle roll toward the edge. Then we reached the start of the slope. The cart tipped. Gravity took over. The cart dropped onto the angled chute and began to accelerate. The stone under us rushed past in a blur. The wind shoved into my face. My ears flattened again, but my eyes stayed open. The speed pulled at my cheeks. My tail pressed into the floor of the cart for balance. Sokka shrieked. We're going to die, he yelled. Katara grabbed the safety bar with both hands. We're not going to die, she shouted back, though her voice shook. Ong laughed, loud and free. This is great. Momo screeched in panic and scrambled along the back of the cart, claws scraping the wood. The chute bent sharply around a curve and the cart swerved with it, tilting enough that my body pressed into the side. I dug my claws into the floor and leaned into the turn. My heart raced but there was no fear. Just raw motion. Pika! I shouted, half thrilled, half warning. Stone walls shot past us. Open sections flashed by, giving brief views of the streets below. People glimpsed us from far beneath, small faces turning up in surprise. Sokka clung to the back of the cart. Slow down, he yelled. Ong, slow it down. I can't. Ong shouted back cheerfully. We're on a chute. We dropped into a tunnel section cut through a building. The light dimmed around us. The echo of our wheels and voices bounced off the ceiling and walls. My cheeks sparked. Small arcs of electricity jumped from my fur to the sides of the cart and the air, reacting to the speed and the rush. Each little discharge snapped with a sharp, clear sound, then faded. Katara glanced at me with wide eyes. Pika, are you okay? Pika, I said, not distressed at all. We shot out of the tunnel into another open section. The cart lifted slightly at the edge and slammed back down onto the track. Sokka's teeth clicked together. I bit my tongue, he groaned. Katara's hair whipped around her face. She tried to push it back and almost lost her grip on the bar. Hold on, she shouted. We hit another curve. This one dove around a corner and under a bridge. The city's noises grew louder and then faded again as we passed different levels. The cart rattled hard. For a second, the front wheels bounced out of the grooves. I felt the entire frame shudder. My claws dug deeper into the wood. My body tensed, ready to react. Ong's eyes narrowed. He moved one hand, just slightly. Air gathered around the cart, pressing it gently but firmly down into the chute. The next bounce smoothed it out. The wheels receded into the grooves more solidly. Nice save! Katara shouted, her voice half impressed, half terrified. Sokka did not hear. Or if he did not show it. He had his eyes squeezed shut now and was muttering under his breath about his life choices. Momo crawled forward and latched onto Katara's head, burying his face in her hair. We hit a split in the chute. A cart ahead had left a track mark into the right fork. Our cart followed it, slanting toward a section that aimed lower, closer to the center of the city. We sped along a straightaway. The buildings here were closer. We blew past open windows and small balconies. A woman hanging laundry yelped and pulled her sheets back as our cart shot past her line. The chute curved again, even sharper this time. We banked so hard the cart tilted onto two wheels. For a heartbeat, the world shifted sideways. My body slammed into the side of the cart. My sparks flashed bright. Katara cried out and leaned the other way, trying to pull the cart back down by shifting her weight. Ong reacted fast. He slammed his palm against the air beside us, bending a force that pushed back against the tilt. The cart thudded back down onto all four wheels. Okay! Sokka shouted, eyes now wide open in sheer panic. No more curves. The chute immediately twisted again. Sokka screamed. I let out a loud, involuntary pika, as we whipped around the bend, but there was still no fear. Just shock and energy. My lightning flared and danced around my cheeks, then faded quickly as I regained control. The slope began to ease. We dropped into a wider tunnel, the light dimmer again, the air cooler. The sound of our wheels became the loudest thing. Then I heard something else. Another cart. It was ahead of us, barely visible in the tunnel light. We were gaining on it fast. Ong saw it at the same time. "Uh-oh," he said. Katara leaned forward. "What do you mean uh-oh?" "There's another cart!" Ong yelled. Sokka's eyes bulged. "Brake! Brake! Brake! Brake!" "There is no brake!" Ong shouted back. The gap closed. I stood slightly in the front corner of the cart to see better. A man in the lead cart glanced over his shoulder. His eyes widened at the sight of us behind him. He shouted something we could not hear clearly over the rumble, then clutched his packages tighter. Ong gritted his teeth. "Hang on!" He thrust his staff forward, extending it, and slammed it down into the air in front of us. A cushion of wind formed, pressing against the back of the front cart and nudging ours a little to the side. The two carts bumped, scraping wood against wood, but did not crash full on. We slid halfway onto the thin ledge at the side of the chute. For a second, everything tilted again. My claws dug in. My heart spiked. Ong shouted, "Lean left." Katara leaned. I leaned. Even Sokka, by pure instinct, leaned. The cart dropped back into the groove properly with a jolt. The front cart shot ahead again, shaken but still intact. Its driver screamed something wordless and disappeared around the next bend. Katara gasped. That was too close. Sokka clung to the bar. "I want off. I want off right now. We're almost at the bottom," Ong yelled. I felt the change in the slope. The angle was less sharp now. The speed was big but steadier. We burst out of the last tunnel into a broad open area near the base level of the city, where several chutes ended and flattened near a market street. Stalls. People. Carts. One stall sat directly in the path near the bottom of our chute. A man with a mustache stood behind a cart piled high with fresh, leafy vegetables. Cabbages. He turned at the sound of us approaching and squinted up the chute. His expression shifted slowly from bored to confused to horrified. No, 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 he shouted, grabbing the handles of his cart. Not again. Move. Sokka screamed. Ong's eyes widened. I'm trying. The cart hit the flat part of the chute and kept rolling forward with strong momentum. Ong yanked the staff, bent air backward, tried to slow us. The wheels screeched. The cart wobbled. It was not enough. We slammed into the cabbage cart. Wood smashed. Vegetables flew in all directions. Cabbage leaves burst open and scattered across the market. The force threw us from our own cart. The wood cracked and tipped sideways. I was tossed into the air. I twisted midair, oriented myself, and landed on all fours with a hard thud. My paw stung but held. My cheeks flashed an uncontrolled spark that snapped at the ground and fizzled. Katara tumbled onto a pile of broken wood and rolled to a stop. Sokka landed face first in a cabbage pile. His feet kicked once, then went still. Ong hit the ground and skidded, arms out, before coming to rest on his back. Momo flew clear and landed on a nearby stall, clinging to its edge and shaking. The cabbage merchant stared at the wreckage. Then he dropped to his knees, arms flung out. My cabbages, he wailed. Sokka's head popped up out of the pile, a leaf stuck to his hair. Ow, he groaned. Katara sat up, dust and bits of green clinging to her clothes. She winced and rubbed her shoulder. Is everyone okay? She asked, breathless. Define okay, Sokka muttered, spitting out a piece of cabbage. Ong pushed himself to his feet, eyes somewhat dazed but body intact. That was, kind of, fun, he said, still catching his breath. Katara looked at him with exasperation and relief. You are impossible. I shook my fur out, scattering bits of cabbage and dust. Pikachu, I said, a bit sharply but without real anger. My heart still beat fast, but I felt more energized than shaken. Momo climbed down from the stall and darted over to us, eyes wide, tail fluffed. The cabbage merchant walked toward us, rage building on his face. You monsters, he shouted. You destroyed my cabbages. Sokka wiped his face and stood, bits of vegetable falling off him. They weren't that good anyway, he muttered. Katara slapped his arm. Sokka. What? He protested. There's cabbage in my mouth. A small crowd began to form. People whispered among themselves, pointing at us, at the destroyed stall, at me, at Momo. Did they ride the chutes? Someone asked. With kids, another gasped. There was a yellow thing sparking, a third added. My ears twitched at that. I kept my posture calm but alert, tail low now. A pair of Omashu guards pushed through the growing circle, spears in hand. They took in the broken cart, the smashed vegetables, the ruined chute cart, the stunned merchant, and the four of us standing in the middle of the mess. The older guard pinched the bridge of his nose. What happened here? He demanded. The merchant pointed at us with both hands. They happened. They destroyed my cabbages. Again. Again. Sokka repeated weakly. The guard's eyes narrowed. He looked at Ong first, taking in the tattoos, the clothes. Then his gaze slid to me. His eyebrows lowered as he saw the faint leftover sparks on my cheeks. A second guard stepped forward. Did you four ride the mail chute? He asked, his tone sharp. Ong hesitated just long enough for the guard to notice. Then he nodded. Yes, he said. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to cause trouble. The merchant stomped his foot. You caused trouble. And ruined my cabbages. The guard sighed. "We can deal with the cabbages," he said flatly. He looked back at us. "You children are coming with us." Sokka stiffened. Wait, there's no need for that. We already crashed. Isn't that punishment enough?" Katara frowned anxiously. "We're really sorry," she said. "It was a mistake." The first guard gestured firmly. "The king will decide what to do with you," he said. "You're lucky you did not hurt anyone else." Ong straightened slightly. His face showed mild confusion at the mention of the king, but he did not argue. "We'll come," he said quietly. I moved closer to his leg, brushing my side against him. "Pika," I said in a low tone. His hand dropped briefly to rest on my head. "It will be okay," he said. The guards parted the crowd and motioned for us to follow. Sokka grumbled as he walked. I knew this was a bad idea. Katara sighed. "You say that about everything." "This time I was right," he insisted. Momo hopped up onto Ong's shoulder and clung there nervously. I stayed on the ground at Ong's side, paws moving in step with his feet. My cheeks were calm now, but I kept my senses open, listening and watching. We were going to meet Omashu's king sooner than planned. The path ahead of us was clear. I stayed right next to Ong as we walked across the city toward the palace. Chapter 18, The Mad King of Omashu. The walk through the city felt different now that there were guards in front of us and guards behind us. We moved in a tight group. 2 soldiers walked ahead, clearing the way. 2 more followed close at our backs, spears held upright but ready. The street noises continued around us, but people stepped aside quicker and stared longer. I stayed at Ong's left side, close enough that my fur brushed his ankle when he moved. My paws touched the stone in even steps. My ears flicked at every sharp sound: the clink of armor, the scrape of boots, distant shouts, carts rolling. Katara walked on Ong's right, glancing at him and then at the guards with a wary, careful look. Momo clung to her shoulder, his tail wrapped around the back of her neck, eyes wide as he took in the new movement. Sokka trudged slightly behind us with a guard at his shoulder, an unhappy crease between his eyebrows. Bits of cabbage still stuck in his hair and on his clothes. "This is exactly what I was talking about," he muttered. "Giant city, weird rules, now we're being marched to see a king because of vegetables." Katara sighed. "You crashed a cart into his stall." "We crashed a cart into a lot of things," Sokka said. "Cabbages were just the loudest part." One of the guards glanced back at him. "Quiet," he said sharply. Sokka clamped his mouth shut for a moment, then leaned toward Katara. "See? Weird rules." Ong did not say much. His face held a calm expression, but his eyes stayed alert, moving from building to building as we climbed toward the upper levels. The sight of Omashu still stirred something positive in him, but the situation dampened it. I watched him closely. His shoulders stayed relaxed. He didn't look scared, only thoughtful. We moved through rising streets and up long ramps built along the inner side of the walls. The city opened below in different layers as we gained height. The mail chutes still carried carts back and forth above and below us, their drivers calling out occasionally. The palace came into view slowly, carved into the rock at the highest level of Omashu, tall, angular, and solid, with banners hanging from its upper walls. The crest of the city sat above the main entrance. Sokka exhaled when he saw it. "That," he said quietly, "does not look like a place that forgives cabbage crimes." Katara gave him a small look. "We'll explain it was an accident." "Accidents still break things," Sokka replied. The guards led us toward a wide set of stairs. We climbed them together. The stone was smoother up here, less worn by carts and more by ceremonial steps. At the top, a pair of large doors stood partly open, guarded by 2 more soldiers. They glanced at our group, noticed the extra guards and our expressions, and moved aside. We entered a high hall. The air inside was cooler. The floor was polished stone. Tall pillars lined the sides. Light filtered in from high windows, falling in wide patches along our path. We walked down the center. My paw slipped slightly on the smoother stone but found balance quickly. My tail swayed low. My cheeks stayed calm, no sparks yet. We reached another set of doors at the far end. These were taller, with carved designs. 2 guards there opened them inward at a signal. Beyond lay the throne room. It was long and wide, with steps rising at the far end to a throne carved straight from the stone of the mountain. The throne was large, imposing, and shaped in strong lines. Around the room were more guards, more banners, and a few robed attendants. And on the throne sat a thin, hunched old man in green robes and a heavy crown set crooked on his head. King Bumi. His long grey hair fell past his shoulders. His beard split into 2 parts that hung down like ropes. His eyes were half-lidded, but they held a sharpness behind the apparent droop. He slouched in the chair, leaning on one elbow, as if bored. The guard in front of us stopped and bowed. "Your Majesty," he called out. "These 4 caused disruption in the city. They rode the mail chutes without permission and destroyed a merchant's cart and goods." The cabbage merchant, who had followed with a guard on each side, stepped forward dramatically. "My cabbages," he cried again, pointing shakily at us. "Ruined. Again." Bumi's eyes slid from the guard to the merchant, then to us. He stared. His gaze drifted across Ong, Katara, Sokka, Momo, and then paused on me. His eyes narrowed slightly. One corner of his mouth twitched, either in amusement or interest. My ears went up. I stared back, unflinching. Bumi said after a moment, his voice slow and gravelly. "You brought me children, a lemur, and something yellow." The guard bowed again. "We await your judgment, Your Majesty." Bumi sat up a little straighter, studying us like we were an odd dish placed in front of him. "What are your names?" he asked. Ong stepped forward half a pace. "I'm Ong," he said. He gestured to each of us. "This is Katara, Sokka, Pika, and Momo." "Pika," Bumi repeated, eyes sliding back to me. "Little yellow thing has a name." I lifted my chin slightly. "Pikachu," I said clearly. The sound echoed faintly in the hall. Several guards flinched in surprise. One tightened his grip on his spear. Another frowned with sudden alarm. Bumi's eyebrows rose. "Oh ho," he said, leaning forward more. "It speaks." Sokka raised a hand weakly. "Only that," he said. "Mostly. And sometimes the full thing. But not like sentences." Bumi ignored him. He rested his chin in one hand and stared more closely at me. "And what do you do, Pikachu?" he asked. I met his eyes and let a small, controlled spark pop across my cheeks. "Pika," I answered simply. The spark crackled, then faded. The merchant squeaked and stepped back. "Your Majesty, it's dangerous. It destroyed my cabbages with its shocking." "You pushed your cart in front of the chute," Sokka muttered under his breath. Katara shot him a look. "Not helping." Bumi chuckled, low and strange. "Shocking," he repeated, amused by the word. He glanced at Ong again. "So. You rode my mail chutes?" Ong nodded. "Yes, sir. We weren't trying to cause trouble. I used to live here a long time ago. I wanted to show my friends your city." Bumi's eyes narrowed. "You used to live here?" "Yeah," Ong said. "I came here a lot." "Did you now?" Bumi drawled. His voice had gone softer, more focused. A little airbender from 100 years ago, visiting Omashu. The room fell silent for a second. Katara stiffened. Sokka's eyes darted between Bumi and Aang. My tail lowered again. I watched both of them closely. Aang's breath hitched at the words 100 years, but he did not deny it. He stood straight and calm. Bumi stared at him for a long moment. Something sharpened behind his lazy expression. Then he flopped back against the throne with a loud sigh, arms falling to the sides. Riding the male chutes is dangerous, he said loudly, as if nothing important had just passed. Reckless. Could have broken all kinds of things. People, carts, chutes, bones. He paused. Cabbages, the merchant added miserably. Cabbages, Bumi agreed. The hall stayed quiet. Katara swallowed nervously. Your Majesty, we're sorry. It won't happen again. Sokka nodded quickly. Yet. We learned our lesson. No more sliding down giant death chutes. Bumi ignored them again and pointed a long, bony finger at Aang. You, he said. Step forward. Aang did, one careful step at a time. I moved with him without thinking. The guard behind us shifted as if to stop me, but Bumi held up a hand. Let the yellow one come, he said. He's interesting. I kept walking, staying exactly at Aang's heel. We stopped a short distance from the base of the throne steps. Bumi leaned forward, his eyes sharp and searching now. So, he said slowly, why are you really here? Aang hesitated. I told you. I wanted to show my friends. Bumi cut him off. The world is at war, he said in a blunt tone. You're an airbender in a world with no more airbenders. You slide into my city on my mail chutes, with a sparking animal and a lemur. You expect me to believe you're just sightseeing. The guards straightened. The merchant looked confused. Katara and Sokka tensed. Aang's lips pressed together. He did not answer. I watched him carefully. He was weighing what to say. He could not reveal everything. But hiding entirely would create more suspicion. Katara called out carefully, we're heading to the North Pole. Aang needs a waterbending teacher. That's part of it, Bumi said, not taking his eyes off Aang. But that's not all of it. Sokka stepped forward a little. We're not spies, if that's what you're thinking. Bumi turned his head sharply toward him. Did I say spies? Sokka froze. No. But, kings usually think that. Bumi stared at him for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. It echoed loudly around the hall, startling several guards. You're a strange one, Bumi said, wiping at one eye. I like strange. Sokka released a breath he clearly hadn't realized he was holding. Bumi looked back to Aang. You know the world is at war, he repeated. What are you going to do about it? Aang hesitated again. His eyes flicked to Katara and Sokka. Then to me. Then back to Bumi. I'm going to help, he said simply. I'm the Avatar. The words landed heavy in the room. Katara stepped in closer, face serious. Sokka's jaw dropped, though we all knew he had known for some time, it was just the weight of saying it in front of a king. The guards exchanged tense glances. The merchant made a strangled noise and ducked. Bumi's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed again, studying Aang's face, his tattoos, his posture. The Avatar, he repeated slowly. Yes, Aang said. Bumi let the silence stretch. Then he suddenly cackled, loud and uncontrolled, slapping the arm of the throne. The Avatar rides my mail chutes and smashes my citizens' cabbages, he yelled. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The merchant squeaked again, still crouched near the wall. With all respect, Your Majesty, it is not wonderful." "Silence, Cabbage Man," Bumi said without looking at him. I watched his face. Behind the wild laughter, his eyes were not laughing. They were sharp, almost disappointed, then curious again. He knew more than he was saying. He was testing Ong already. "Very well," Bumi said, finally calming. "You say you are the Avatar. You say you're here to help the world. But you cause chaos in my city your first day here." Ong looked down, ashamed. "I'm sorry." Bumi hummed. "Sorry is easy." He tilted his head. "Proof is harder." Sokka frowned. "You want proof? He can bend all sorts of stuff." Bumi ignored him again. He stood up slowly from the throne, bones cracking as he straightened. He stomped down the steps, each heavy footfall echoing. He stopped directly in front of Ong. From this close, his presence felt stronger. He looked old, but there was nothing weak about him. He leaned down, bringing his face close to Ong's. "Omashu doesn't take claims lightly," he said. "You want my trust? You earn it." Ong met his gaze. "How?" Bumi's crooked teeth showed in a wide grin. "With a challenge," he said. Katara glanced between them nervously. "A challenge," she repeated. "Several," Bumi corrected. He straightened and turned away a step, then pointed at Ong again. "You and your strange little group will stay as my guests." Sokka's shoulders eased. "Guests. Guests is good." "Also as my prisoners," Bumi added calmly. Sokka's shoulders shot back up. "Less good." Bumi continued without pause. "Tomorrow, I will test you, Avatar Ong. Your strength. Your mind. Your heart. And maybe your strange yellow companion." His gaze flicked briefly toward me again. I held it without blinking. My cheeks tingled faintly, but I did not spark. "Pika," I said softly, neither agreeing nor resisting. "Just present." Bumi chuckled. "Yes, yes. You're interesting." He turned to the guards. "Take them to the guest chambers," he ordered. "Feed them. Watch them. Make sure they don't break anything else." The cabbage merchant cried out, "And what about my cabbages?" Bumi waved a hand. "We'll deal with your cabbages later," he said. "Maybe." The merchant sagged, defeated. The guards stepped forward around us again. Ong looked like he wanted to protest at the word prisoners, but he kept quiet. There was a flicker of something in his eyes, faint recognition, mixed with confusion. Part of him sensed something familiar about the king. Another part stayed wary. Katara stepped closer to him. "We'll be okay," she said quietly. Sokka sighed. "Here we go again." I walked with Ong as the guards turned us toward a side door. Momo hopped back onto Ong's shoulder, clingy and nervous. As we left the throne room, I looked back once at Bumi. He was already slouching back onto the throne, crown tilted, face unreadable. I faced forward again and kept my paws in step with Ong's. Whatever games Bumi planned, I would be there for all of them. Chapter 19, Guest Room with Stone Walls. The guards led us out of the throne room through a side passage. The hall narrowed as we walked, the ceiling dropping a little lower and the decorations becoming simpler. The polished stone gave way to plainer, rougher walls. Our footsteps echoed in shorter, sharper beats. I stayed close to Ong's leg, matching his pace. My tail brushed his ankle now and then. My ears twitched toward every sound, armor clinking, fabric rustling, Momo's claws scratching softly over Ong's shoulder. Katara walked on Ong's right with her arms close to her sides, eyes moving between the guards and the hallway ahead. Her brow creased slightly, a quiet line of worry. Sokka walked behind us with a guard at each shoulder. He scowled at the floor with every step, not bothering to hide his annoyance. "This is a very generous guest treatment," he muttered. "Stone walls. Guards. Being dragged away from cabbages. Really classy. Could you not complain about cabbages right now?" Katara said. "We have bigger problems." "I have many problems," Sokka replied. "All of them are walking in front of me in chains of bad decisions." A guard glanced back sharply. "You are not in chains." "Yet," Sokka muttered under his breath. Aang stayed quiet. His face was calm, but his eyes looked focused, thinking about something. His gaze kept drifting downward, then back to the hall, then downward again, as if tracking a memory only he could see. We went up a short flight of stairs, then down a longer one, then along another corridor that curved slightly. The palace interior was a maze of stone. I stored the turns in my mind out of habit. Finally, the lead guard stopped in front of a thick stone door set into the wall. It had no visible handle from this side, just a carved ridge in a small recessed space. "Inside," the guard said. He stomped his foot. The earth under the door shuddered. The stone slab slid sideways into the wall with a grinding sound, revealing a medium-sized room beyond. It had one small, barred window high on the outer wall. A few mats lay rolled in one corner. A simple table sat against one side with no chairs. The far wall was bare stone. "Cozy," Sokka said flatly. The rear guard nudged him lightly with the butt of his spear. "Inside." We stepped in together. The floor was smooth and cool under my paws. The room smelled faintly of dust and old air. I looked around quickly. No hidden exits. No cracks large enough to matter. Just the single door and the small window too high for anyone but Aang to maybe reach with airbending help. As soon as we were all inside, the guard stomped again. The stone door slid shut with the same heavy grind. The sound of it closing left a thicker quiet behind. I padded over to the middle of the room and sat down. My tail curled around my side. My ears stayed up and focused. Katara exhaled and moved to the small window. She looked up at it, then down at the floor, clearly measuring in her head. Momo leaped from her shoulder to the sill, then scrambled up the bars, clinging there and peering out. Sokka walked straight to the wall and pressed his hands against it dramatically. "Prison," he said. "We are in prison. The king said we were prisoners." I heard it. "Guests," he said. "Guests and prisoners." "He said both," Katara replied, still studying the window. "So it could be worse." "Could it?" Sokka asked. "Because there is a lot of stone here and not a lot of doors." Aang sat down a little away from the center and pulled his staff onto his lap. He ran his fingers along the wood slowly. I watched his face. His eyes were not angry or scared. They were thoughtful. He was somewhere between remembering and trying to fit the present into those memories. "Pika," I said quietly, tilting my head at him. He glanced at me and gave a small, distracted smile. "I'm okay," he said softly. Katara turned from the window. "We'll get out of this," she said. "It's just tests." "He said he wanted to test you." Sokka dropped his hands from the wall and turned toward us. "That's the part I don't like," he said. "We met him because of cabbages. Now he wants to test the Avatar. That seems like a big jump." Katara shrugged lightly. "He's a king. He wants to know if he can trust us." Sokka pointed toward the door. "That is not a trust door. That is a prison door. You saw how it moved. That is a very serious door." Momo chirped from the window and pressed his face between the bars. His tail swung slowly behind him. Aang's fingers slowed on his staff. "He's still the same," he said suddenly. Katara looked at him. Who? Ong's eyes lifted toward the ceiling. Bumi. The name landed in the room like a soft rock. Sokka frowned. The king. Ong nodded. Yet. Sokka stared. Your friend Bumi is the king. Ong's mouth quirked. He used to be the prince. Sokka's eyes almost popped. You're telling me we got arrested by your childhood friend? Ong drew his knees up and rested his arms on them. I didn't know it was him at first. He figured it out, I said quietly, using my name as a simple sound. Katara moved closer and sat down across from Ong. When did you realize? She asked gently. Ong looked toward the far wall, thinking. He looked different. Older. But his eyes, he exhaled slowly. And the way he laughed. And how he acted. Like he was crazy, Sokka said bluntly. Ong gave him a small, half-smile. Bumi was always like that. Sokka dropped down to sit, his back against the wall. So he knew you. That should help, right? Shouldn't he just say, hey, old friend, sorry about the prison, let's have tea? Ong shook his head. He didn't say anything. Not really. I think he wanted to see if I recognized him. Katara tilted her head a little. Did he? Probably, Ong answered. He looked at me like he knew something. I watched his expression as he spoke. He was not hurt that Bumi had not declared himself. He understood it, even if he did not like the way it played out. His main worry was not for himself but for us. What were you two like? Katara asked. When you were kids. Ong's face softened at the memory. We used to ride delivery chutes, he said. We played pranks. He always wanted to do the weirdest, craziest thing. Sokka muttered, that tracks. Ong continued. He laughed all the time. He was strong, even back then. He was wild, but he was my friend. He understood me more than some of the monks did. Katara listened closely. And now he's the king. Yeah, Ong said. 100 years later. His tone dropped slightly on that last line. I could feel the weight of it settle around him again. It was not as sharp as back at the temple, but it was there. I moved closer and sat against his leg. Pikachu, I said quietly, nudging his knee with my head. He rested his hand on my back and gave a small, grateful squeeze. I'm glad you're here, he said. My cheeks tingled with a controlled, warm spark. I kept it under the surface. Sokka picked at a crack in the stone floor. So what kind of tests does a guy like that come up with? He asked. Because I'm already imagining spikes and pits and rolling boulders, and I do not like any of those. Maybe they're just bending tests, Katara suggested. To see what Ong can do. Or to see how creative he is, Ong added. Bumi liked games. He liked puzzles. Sokka groaned. Please do not say he likes dangerous puzzles. Ong shrugged a little. He might. Sokka dropped his head back against the wall. Great. Just great. Katara pulled her legs up and wrapped her arms around them, leaning against the side wall. Her expression was worried but steady. We'll help however we can. The king said I'll be tested, Ong said. He didn't say you would. Yeah, and I noticed that, Sokka replied quickly. If it keeps us far away from the tests, I am not complaining. Katara shot him a look. We're still mixed up in this. I know, he said. I just prefer not dying. Ong looked between them. I don't think Bumi will kill us, he said. He's not that kind of person. Sokka crossed his arms. He locked us up and threatened to test the avatar in front of an entire throne room. I'd say he's a lot of kinds of person. Ong smiled slightly. He's strange. But he always had a reason for things. Even when they made no sense at first. Like crashing us into a cabbage stand. Sokka said miserably. Ong blinked. That wasn't his fault. It's his city, Sokka shot back. It counts. Katara let out a breath. Arguing won't help us, she said. We should rest while we can. Sokka huffed, but he didn't fight that. Fine, he said. But I'm calling it now, this is the worst vacation. Katara shook out one of the rolled mats and spread it by the wall. This was never a vacation. It could have been, Sokka argued. There were rides. Momo climbed down from the window and scurried across the floor to Ong. He climbed into Ong's lap and curled up there, still occasionally peeking toward the door. Ong stroked Momo's back absent-mindedly. At least we got you, he said softly. Don't get attached to the lemur, Sokka said. He causes chaos. You're the one who tried to chase him into the ceiling, Katara reminded him. He stole my fruit, Sokka replied. My tail flicked once. Pika. Sokka pointed at me too. You're not innocent in all this. A small, amused feeling passed through me despite the situation. I did not respond. Time passed slowly. The light from the small window shifted as the sun moved. The sounds of the city muffled through stone came and went, faraway shouts, the faint rattle of wheels, distant laughter, an occasional deep boom of something heavy being moved. Inside the room, things settled into a quiet rhythm. Katara eventually lay back on a mat, her eyes closing for short stretches before opening again to check on Ong. Sokka paced at first, then gave in and sat down, then lay down with his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Ong stayed upright for a long while, back to the wall, Momo in his lap, staff beside him. His eyes were half-focused, moving between the present and old images only he could see. I stayed close. Sometimes I sat pressed against his leg. Sometimes I moved a little away to stretch, then came back. My body stayed ready, but my mind allowed small pockets of rest. Eventually, a knock sounded on the stone outside. More of a firm tap than a knuckle knock. Everyone sat up or stiffened at once. The door slid open under a guard's bending. A young attendant in plain green clothing stepped inside, carrying a tray. The smell of food drifted into the room: rice, vegetables, some thin soup. The guard stood in the doorway, watching. The attendant set the tray down on the table. He glanced up at Ong, at Katara, at Sokka, at me. His gaze lingered on my cheeks, widening slightly when he noticed the faint glow. He said nothing, but his eyes showed curiosity. Food, Sokka breathed, sitting up quickly. Katara shot him a look, then smiled politely at the attendant. Thank you, she said. The attendant ducked his head. The king ordered you be fed, he said quietly. You'll be called for in the morning. For the tests? Ong asked. The attendant hesitated. Yes. Sokka frowned. Do you know what kind of tests these are? The attendant swallowed. Only that they're unusual, he said carefully. The king likes to see how people think. Great, Sokka muttered. We're doomed. Katara ignored him. Are they dangerous? She asked. The attendant looked at her, then at Ong. His face shifted, like he wanted to say something he wasn't sure he should. Sometimes, he said honestly. But the king seems happy. He glanced at Ong again, eyes flicking to the arrow on his head. He hasn't been this curious in a long time. That line landed heavily on Ong, but not in a bad way. He took it in and nodded. Thanks for telling us, Ong said quietly. The attendant dipped his head again. Good night, he said. Try to rest. He stepped back out. The guard stomped his foot. The stone door slid shut again. Sokka crawled straight to the food tray. Finally, he said, grabbing a bowl. Katara sighed but followed. Leave some for the rest of us. I approached more slowly. The smell of rice was mild but nice. I was not starving, but I was not going to turn down a chance to eat. Ong sat cross-legged by the table, pulled a bowl toward himself, and nudged one small portion toward me. Here, Pika, he said. I sniffed it, then took a few small bites. The texture was simple. The warmth moved through me in a calm line. My body welcomed it. Sokka ate fast, only slowing when Katara glared at him. Chew, she ordered. I am chewing, he said through a full mouth. Momo hopped onto the table and grabbed a few stray vegetables. He munched happily, tail waving. The room felt different with food and a plan, even if it was not our plan. Ong finished his portion and set the bowl aside. He wiped his hands on his pants absent-mindedly, then rested them on his knees. I guess tomorrow's going to be busy, he said. Katara nodded. We'll be ready. Sokka swallowed another bite and sighed. You'll be ready, he corrected. We're going to be in here worrying and doing nothing helpful. Ong looked at him. You're still part of this, he said. Even if Bumi doesn't put you in the tests. Sokka looked away, clearly not used to being called important so directly. I finished my share and sat back on my haunches, licking a bit of rice from my paw. Pikachu, I said quietly. Ong smiled down at me. We'll do this together, he said, including me in the simple statement. The rest of the evening passed in low conversation and quiet thought. We lay down eventually, each of us on a mat or against a wall. The light faded from the small window. The sounds of Omashu outside dimmed. I stayed half awake longer than the others, my ears picking up every small noise, my body ready to move if needed. Eventually, even I let my eyes close for a short stretch. Morning would come soon. The tests would follow. And I would be at Ong's side for all of it. Chapter 20, Crystals and Conditions. I woke before the others. The room was grey in the early light pushing through the high window. The air felt cold on my fur. I lifted my head and listened. Katara's breathing was slow and even. She slept on one of the mats, wrapped in her cloak, arm resting loosely over her stomach. Sokka snored softly on his back, mouth half open, one leg sticking out from under his blanket. Ong slept sitting up against the wall, staff across his lap, head tilted forward slightly. Momo was curled in a ball against his chest, tail looped around his arm. I stretched my front paws one at a time and stood. My muscles loosened. My tail flicked once. I moved quietly toward the center of the room and sat where I could see all of them and the door. I waited. After a while, Ong's breathing changed. His head lifted. Momo stirred and shifted on his chest. Ong blinked, then rubbed his eyes and looked around the room. He saw me first. Morning, Pika, he said softly, voice still rough from sleep. Pikachu, I answered calmly. He smiled a little. Did you sleep okay? I nodded. I had slept enough. I stayed ready anyway. He shifted Momo gently into his lap and stood up slowly, stretching his arms above his head. His back cracked lightly. He rolled his shoulders and then picked up his staff, turning it once in his hands. Katara mumbled and turned over. Sokka snorted, jerked a little, then went back to snoring. Ong looked at them, then at the door. I saw the line of tension around his mouth. He knew what today was for him. Tests. Challenges. Bumi. He took a slow breath and set the staff aside again. Then he stepped into the open space in the middle of the room and closed his eyes. His arms lifted. His hands moved through smooth, practiced arcs. Air gathered. It was not a big bending exercise. Just enough to move the air around him, to wake his body. The wind flowed in soft loops, stirring Katara's hair and making Sokka's blanket flutter. Momo lifted his head briefly, blinked, then yawned and flopped back down. I watched Ong's motions. His breathing settled quickly into a steady rhythm. The movements relaxed his shoulders and spine, smoothing out the leftover tightness from yesterday. My cheeks tingled. I stepped closer and let a small, controlled spark form between them. It jumped once, then faded. I did it again, this time longer, holding the current steady while keeping it contained. The air around my face vibrated slightly. Ong opened his eyes and watched me with a faint smile. "You're warming up too?" he asked quietly. "Pika," I replied. I shifted my stance and focused on where the electricity ran under my skin. I pushed it outward just enough to coat the surface of my fur in a thin layer of charge, then pulled it back in. My whiskers twitched. I repeated it again and again, keeping the release small and precise. No stray arcs. No unnecessary bursts. Control was simple when I did it like this. Ong resumed his air bending, and I continued my sparks. We moved in our own separate rhythms that still felt connected. After a few minutes, Katara stirred fully. She pushed herself up on her elbows, hair messy, eyes still heavy. "Ong," she mumbled. Then she saw him bending and me sparking and blinked awake more. "You're both up already." Ong stopped and lowered his arms. The air settled. "Yeah," he said. I wanted to be ready. I let the electricity fall quiet and sat back on my haunches. Sokka groaned, rolled over, and sat up slowly, rubbing his face. "Ready for what?" he asked thickly. Then his memory caught up. "Oh. Right. Tests with the Crazy King. Great." Momo hopped off the mat and shuffled across the floor to the table where the empty food tray still sat. He poked at the bowls hopefully. "There's nothing left," Sokka told him sadly. "We ate everything." Momo whined and slumped a little. Katara smoothed her hair back and adjusted her clothes. "Do you think they'll come early?" she asked. Ong glanced at the door. "Probably," he said. Bumi seemed excited. "That makes one of you," Sokka muttered. I walked over to Ong's side and sat by his leg. "Pika," I said quietly. He reached down and rested his hand on my head for a moment. "We'll handle it," he said, more to himself than anyone else. Before anyone could say more, a sharp knock sounded against the stone outside. 3 short impacts. All of us turned toward the door. The street sounds outside were distant here, the knock was clear. The air changed slightly, taking on a more focused feeling. Katara stood quickly. Sokka grabbed his boomerang on instinct, then realized it was pointless and lowered it again. Momo scrambled up onto Sokka's shoulder and clung to his neck, tail wrapped tight. A moment later, heavy footsteps approached. The ground vibrated faintly, then one of the guards stomped. The stone door rumbled and slid aside. 2 guards stood in the doorway, spears in hand. Morning light from the corridor behind them made their armor gleam. "The king summons the avatar," the lead guard said. His eyes moved to Ong and then, briefly, to me. "The yellow animal may accompany him. The others stay." Sokka's mouth opened immediately. "Wait, just Ong and Pika? What about us?" "You remain here," the guard repeated. "By the king's order." Katara stepped in front of Ong slightly. "Are you going to hurt him?" she asked. Her voice was calm but firm. "No," the guard said. "The king has prepared challenges. If he passes, you will all go free. If he doesn't?" Sokka asked sharply. The guard's expression did not change. "He will pass," he said, and left it there. Ong picked up his staff and slid it into its usual place on his back. "It's okay," he told Katara and Sokka. "I can handle it." Sokka frowned. "That's not the point. The point is we're stuck in a stone box while you're out there doing who knows what." "I'll be careful," Ong said. Katara came closer and put a hand on his arm. "Remember, you don't have to prove everything in one day," she said. "Just do your best and come back." He nodded. "I will." Momo made a distressed sound and jumped from Sokka's shoulder to Ong's. He clung there. I looked up at Momo. "Pika," I said. One of the guards frowned. "The lemur stays," he said. "Only the avatar and the spark creature are allowed." Momo hissed softly and dug his claws in deeper. Ong gave him a small, regretful look. "It's okay, Momo," he said gently. He lifted his hand and stroked Momo's head. "You stay here with Katara and Sokka." Momo whined, but after a few moments he climbed down, jumped off Ong's shoulder, and ran over to Katara instead. He clung to her arm and hid behind her hair, peeking out warily at the guards. Sokka crossed his arms. "You make sure you come back," he told Ong. "And don't let that king push you around too much." Ong smiled faintly. "I'll do what I can." I stood up and moved to his side. This was simple. I would walk with him. I had no doubts about that. My body felt calm. The electricity under my skin hummed quietly, ready if needed. "Pikachu," I said, "ready." The guard stepped back from the doorway and gestured. "Come." We walked out. The stone door slid shut behind us with the same grinding sound. It cut off Katara and Sokka's voices completely. The corridor felt longer now, lined with grey walls and lit by high windows. The air was cool. 2 guards walked in front. 2 walked behind. Ong and I stayed in the middle. Our footsteps echoed together. Ong glanced down at me as we moved. "You okay?" he asked quietly. I nodded once. "Pika." His mouth relaxed a little. "I'm glad they let you come." We climbed a short set of stairs, then turned left at a junction and passed through a wider hallway. More guards stood at intervals along the walls, watching but not interfering. A pair of servants carrying baskets pressed themselves to one side to let us through. They watched us with curious, cautious eyes. The path we took was not the same as yesterday's route to the throne room. Bumi was keeping us slightly off balance. I memorized each turn anyway. Up another ramp. Along a balcony overlooking one of the inner courtyards. Down a side passage with low ceilings. Then finally through an archway guarded by 2 more soldiers. Inside, the space opened wide. We stood in a tall, circular chamber with thick stone pillars and an open skylight far above. Light poured down in a bright circle at the center. The floor was flat stone with faint cracks and lines, worn from use. The far side of the room had a raised platform carved into the rock. King Bumi sat on a simple stone seat on that platform, not as large as his throne but still elevated. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, chin in his hands, watching us enter. He was already smiling. The guards stopped at the edge of the chamber and stepped to the sides, leaving Ong and me alone in the center. Bumi's eyes gleamed. "There he is," he said slowly. "The Avatar. And his little spark friend." I walked forward with Ong until we reached the light in the middle of the floor. I felt the warmth from above on my fur. Ong stopped and bowed his head slightly. "Good morning, Your Majesty." Bumi made a rolling sound in his throat that might have been a laugh. "Good morning," he said. "Did you sleep well in my guest prison?" "Fine," Ong said. I watched Bumi closely. His posture was relaxed and loose, but his gaze was not. It had the same sharpness as yesterday, hanging behind his strange humor. Your lemur and your water tribe friends stayed behind? Bumi asked, though he already knew. The guards said only I and Pika were allowed, Ong answered. Yes, Bumi said. Would have been too crowded in here. He sat up a little straighter, letting his hands fall to his sides. Are you ready for your tests? Ong nodded. Yes. Bumi's grin widened, showing crooked teeth. Eager. That's good. He stood with a stiff push, his joints creaking audibly. He took a few heavy steps down from the platform and came closer. Each footfall made a small vibration through the stone that I could feel in my paws. He stopped only a few paces away, eyes fixed on Ong's face. You will have 3 challenges, Bumi said. If you pass them, you and your friends may leave Omashu. If you fail, they will suffer. Ong's expression tightened. What do you mean? He asked. Bumi waved a hand lazily. Come, he said. We'll make it clear. He turned and waved sharply at the guards. Bring them. 2 stone slabs in the wall behind the platform slid aside with a grinding sound. 2 guards stepped through, escorting Katara and Sokka into the chamber. Momo clung to Katara's shoulder again, fur fluffed. Chains did not bind them, but their hands were held firmly by the guards. Ong's eyes widened. Katara? Sokka? Katara's expression flickered with relief and worry. Ong, she said. Sokka frowned. They said we were staying in the room, he grumbled. We changed our minds, Bumi said cheerfully. Come, stand over here. The guards brought Katara and Sokka to the side of the chamber, near the platform. Bumi clapped his hands once. 2 tall pillars rose from the floor beneath them, lifting them several feet off the ground. The earth moved smoothly, as if it had been waiting. Katara and Sokka stumbled but caught their balance. Momo squeaked and scrambled to sit on Katara's head, clutching a handful of her hair. Ong stepped forward. What are you doing? He demanded, voice tight. Bumi grinned. Giving you a reason to do your best. He stomped his foot. Chunks of stone around the base of Katara and Sokka's pillars cracked open like shells. From inside, strange crystal formations grew, pale green and jagged, wrapping slowly around the pillars and their legs. The crystals moved at a steady crawl, creeping upward. Katara gasped and tried to pull free, but the crystal had already hardened around her ankles. Sokka yelped as the cold mineral closed around his boots. What is this? Katara asked, fear and disgust in her voice. Creeping crystal, Bumi said proudly. It grows throughout the day. By tomorrow, you'll be covered. You won't be able to move at all. Sokka stared down at it with wide eyes. You're kidding, right? He asked weakly. Do I look like I'm kidding? Bumi asked. Yes, Sokka said honestly. Bumi laughed loudly. It echoed through the chamber. You're funny, he said. Ong's fists clenched at his sides. You can't do that to them, he said. I can do anything I want, Bumi replied. This is my city. He turned to Ong fully. You have until tomorrow to complete the tests. If you pass, I'll free them. If you don't, he glanced at the creeping crystal and shrugged. They will have a very tight new outfit. My tail stiffened at the sight of the crystal moving. It was not fast, but it was constant. It climbed inch by inch, pressing against Katara and Sokka's legs. Momo grabbed at it with his hands and tried to pull. It did not move. He hissed and tugged at Katara's sleeve instead. Sokka swallowed hard. Hey, we didn't sign up for this, he protested. We crashed into some cabbages. That's it. Katara tried to keep her voice calm. Ong, she said, eyes on him, don't let him pressure you into something reckless. We'll be okay. Her legs were already encased to mid-shin. Ong stared at the crystals, then at Bumi. You don't need to hurt them to test me, he said. This is not hurt, Bumi said. It's motivation. You're free to fail. They're the ones with the problem. Sokka glared at him. That is not how fairness works. Bumi leaned sideways to look at him. Fairness is boring, he said. I watched Bumi's face. Under the exaggerated expression, there was something else, a calculation. He wanted to see what Ong would do when pushed. It had structure, even if it looked wild. Ong took a steadying breath. Fine, he said, voice firm. I'll do your tests. But you have to free them when I pass. If you pass, Bumi corrected. When? Ong repeated. Bumi's eyes crinkled. Confidence. Good. He clapped his hands. Now. Time for the first challenge. He stomped his foot again. Part of the floor at the far end of the chamber cracked and dropped away. A wide pit opened, ringed by raised stone. At its center rose a tall rock pillar with a small, metal box perched on top. The box was bound with a chain and a solid lock. The pillar's sides were sheer and smooth. The key to their freedom, Bumi announced, pointing toward the box, is inside that. Literally. A key. Ong looked from the box to Bumi. That's it, he asked. Not quite, Bumi said. He snapped his fingers. The pit below the pillar bubbled. Liquid rock glowed dimly just beneath the surface. Heat rolled out in visible waves. It was lava, sluggish and heavy, filling the entire pit. The air above it shimmered. This is your first challenge, Bumi said. Get the key, without touching the lava, and without flying out of the pit. Ong's eyes narrowed. Without flying. You're an airbender, Bumi said. That would be too easy. You may not carry yourself out once you enter the pit. You may push air around. You may use your staff. You may use your spark friend. But you may not simply float across and back. That's the rule. Sokka stared. That is a terrible rule. Katara watched Ong with worry. The crystal now reached her knees. It had just passed Sokka's calves. Ong's jaw clenched. He looked at the pillar, the key box, the lava, then back at Katara and Sokka. My mind ran through options. Air currents. Staff leverage. Rock edges. Electricity had no use here on the lava itself, but it could affect balance or tools. I stayed silent. This was his test, but I would support him. Bumi turned away and walked back up to his small platform. He sat down heavily and leaned forward again. You may begin when ready, he said, sounding cheerful. The guards along the walls watched in silence. Ong stepped to the edge of the pit. The heat hit us both. It was not unbearable at this distance, but it crawled across my fur. He looked down, then at me. His eyes were clear and determined. Pika, I said, ready. We can do this, he said. He tightened his grip on his staff and prepared to jump. I shifted my paws forward toward the edge, muscles tense, ready to follow. The first test was here. I stood beside him, calm and focused, like always.